Good afternoon, dear grade 8 learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo. I hope you are all well and in your best shape as we start our class today. I am excited to share with you the fourth module for the final quarter of our school year. You are watching Aral TarlakHenyo simulcast on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, DZTC 828, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, Converge Cable TV Channel 100, and Facebook Live. I am teacher Dolores V. Bautista, broadcasting live from Malacampa National High School, Camiling, Tarlac. Please join me and lend me your ears as I share with you our lesson for today, which is paragraph writing. Together, let's find out the things that we have to remember to write an organized and an effective paragraph. At the end of the lesson, you are expected to, number 1, identify the parts of the paragraph. 2, identify the essential elements of a paragraph. 3, compare paragraphs that observe unity, coherence, and emphasis. 4, write a paragraph that observes unity, coherence, and emphasis. Before we continue, please prepare your learning activity sheet, pen, and paper. Also, I want you to write a comment in your chat box with your name, section, and the school where you are from. In the last episode, Teacher Marie discussed about synthesizing information using various sources. In doing so, we have to do the following. 1, activate your prior knowledge about the topic, that is my thinking. Number 2, gather as many information from the text you read, that is my reading. And number 3, express your new learning and thinking about the topic, that is your changed thinking. When we synthesize, we say what we think and not just retell. Synthesizing has its formula. My thinking plus my reading equals changed thinking. This time, let us review the things that we learned about synthesizing information read. Activity 1. Identify whether the statements about synthesis are true or false. Write true if the statement is correct, and false if the statement is incorrect on the space provided before each number. Number 1. Synthesis means putting together things to come up with something new. 2. In writing an article or an essay, it is important to get information from different sources. 3. We don't consider our prior knowledge when we synthesize. 4. When we synthesize, we have to understand the content of the sources we are reading to be able to fit them together. And number 5, when we synthesize, change in thinking takes place as we read. Now, let us check your answers. Did you get all the correct answers? That is indeed amazing. Now that you are already familiar with the steps in synthesizing information from various sources, let us proceed with our lesson in paragraph writing. Some students find writing a boring task. Some find it a slow and a tedious process, while some others struggle in retrieving the right word or words to express an idea. They struggle to develop their ideas fluently. They struggle to keep track of their thoughts while also getting them down on paper. But today, I want you to look more closely at the things that will make writing a paragraph much easier and more exciting. Let us take note. A paragraph is a collection of related sentences dealing with a single topic. It is generally built around 3 parts: the topic sentence, supporting sentences, and concluding sentence. Here are the parts of a paragraph. Number 1, the topic sentence. The topic sentence states the main idea of the paragraph. It can be found at the beginning, middle, or end of a paragraph. Number two, supporting sentences. Supporting sentences explain the topic and follow one another in a logical sequence. They give additional information about the main topic. And number three, concluding sentence. Concluding sentence restates the main idea or gives a generalization that sets the tone of finality. This time, I want you to look into this diagram. Notice that the topic sentence is on top. The supporting details follow, and finally down below is the conclusion or the concluding sentence. This time, I have a sample here for you to see the parts of the paragraph more clearly. The topic of our paragraph is about the hazards of smoking. Notice that the topic sentence is at the beginning of the paragraph. It says, there are several serious health hazards directly linked to smoking. Notice also that the 5 sentences that follow are supporting sentences that explain and give additional information about the topic. Let us now read. The link between smoking and cancer is well known. However, smoking is linked to other lung diseases like emphysema and bronchitis. Smokers also have a greater risk of heart disease later in life. This is evidenced in recent court cases in the US where smokers have been awarded damages from tobacco companies. Further, there is a substantial research that even passive smoking can have long-term effects on health. Let us now read the concluding sentence, which says, clearly, smoking is a dangerous habit and should be avoided. Take note also that we made use of transitional devices to make the flow and transition of ideas more coherent and organized. These are the words, however, further, and clearly. Now, let us try to identify the topic sentence in the paragraphs below. Activity A. Directions say, identify the topic sentence from among the sentences in each number. Write the letter of your answer on a separate sheet of paper. Let us have number 1. What do you think is the topic sentence? If your answer is A, you are correct. Very good. Let us go to number 2. Can you identify the topic sentence? If your answer is B, then you are correct. Very good. Let us have number 3. What do you think is the topic sentence? If your answer is B, you are correct. Very good. Let us go to number 4. What do you think is the topic sentence? If you choose letter E, then you are correct. Let us have number 5. What do you think is the topic sentence? If your answer is A, then your answer is correct. Good job, everyone. Now that you know how to find the topic sentence, it will be much easier for you to understand what you are reading. However, aside from knowing the parts of a paragraph, it is also important to know the essential elements of a paragraph. Let us now look into the following. Here are the essential elements of a paragraph. The secret in writing an effective paragraph depends on 5 essential elements. These are unity, order, coherence, emphasis, and completeness. Number 1, unity. Unity in a paragraph starts with the topic sentence, which is most often the first sentence in a paragraph. A paragraph is considered unified when every sentence develops the point made in the topic sentence. It has a single focus. Number 2, order. Order refers to the way you organize and arrange your ideas. A solid paragraph always has a definite organization. In presenting the details, you can choose to have the chronological order, order of importance, or another logical presentation. Number 3, coherence. Coherence is the quality that makes your writing comprehensible. Sentences within a paragraph must work together as a whole. In order to achieve coherence, you can use transitional devices. These words will connect one sentence to the next. You can use transition words that show addition, order, comparison, contrast, and result. Here are examples of transitional devices you can use in developing a paragraph. In writing additional ideas, you can use the words also, besides, furthermore, for example, and in addition. Showing order, you can use the words first, second, third, next, lastly, finally, etc. For showing comparison, you can use the words similarly, likewise, as compared with, equally important, or in the same way. While to show contrast, we can use the words however, still, or nevertheless. Apart from, but. While in expressing results, we can use the words therefore, hence, thus, due to, or as a consequence. We go to number 4. Emphasis. Emphasis is the principle of the paragraph composition in which the writer would want to make his point evident by providing a good and interesting introduction and a strong conclusion. And number 5, completeness. Completeness means your paragraph is well developed. It is considered complete if all sentences clearly and sufficiently support the main idea. Let us now take a look at this group of sentences below. Let us have activity B. Forming a unified and coherent paragraph. Directions say, determine the correct sequence of the sentences in each set to form a unified and coherent paragraph. Write 1 for the first sentence, 2 for the next, and so on. Place the numbers on the answer lines. Let us have number 1. Let us now check your answers. If your answers are 3, 1, 2, 4, you are correct. Let us go to number 2. Now, let us check your answers. If your answers are 2, 3, 1, 4, you are correct. Let us proceed to number 3. Let us now check your answers. If your answers are 1, 3, 4, 2, you are correct. Let us go to number 4. Let us now check your answers. If your answers are 1, 4, 2, 3, you are correct. Now let us have number 5. Let us now check your answers. If your answers are 2, 4, 1, 3, you are correct. Very good, everyone. Now you know that when sentences are not organized, not unified, and not coherent, it will be hard for us to understand the message of the paragraph. But if it is organized and ideas are properly presented, then it will be easy for us to understand what it says. The reason why some paragraphs are not coherent is because there are sentences that do not belong to the topic. This time, let us apply what we have learned. Let us proceed to activity 3. Let us strengthen. Directions say, read the groups of sentences in each number. Write the letter of the sentence that does not belong to the topic. Write your answer on a separate sheet of paper. Let us have number 1. If your answer is D, you are correct. Let us go to number 2. Now, if your answer for number 2 is D, you are correct. Let us have number 3. If your answer is B, you are correct. Very good. Let us go to number 4. If your answer is B, you are correct. Let us go to number 5. If your answer for number 5 is D, you are correct. Good job, everyone. This time, let us go to our writing task. We have here a diagram of a paragraph. Now, look at the diagram closely. Can you see the topic sentence in the middle? Can you also see the 3 supporting sentences on the sides? What about the concluding sentence on the right? I'm sure you can see them well. The topic is about the benefits of a child having a cell phone. Let us now read the sentence which says, having a cell phone can help a child in several ways. Now look, there are 3 supporting sentences that explain the benefits a child can have when he or she has a cell phone. Let us read the supporting sentences. The first one says, he can communicate with his parents. Number 2, he can call for help in an emergency. 3, he can learn new things virtually. Finally, the concluding sentence says, a child should have a cell phone. Let us now form the details in the diagram into a paragraph and read the details in paragraph form. It says, having a cell phone can help a child in several ways. A child who has a cell phone can call for help in an emergency. Also, he can communicate with his parents and friends. Finally, cell phones can help him learn new things virtually. For these reasons, a child should have a cell phone. Let us now apply. It is now your time to write a paragraph about the topic of your choice. You can write about your best friend, your family, your favorite pet, your favorite dish, plants, a game that you love to play, maybe your hobbies, anything. Anything will do for as long as it is close to your heart. Let us apply. Write a paragraph about your chosen topic, following the sample graphic organizer shown. Once complete, write the details in paragraph form and underline the topic sentence. Dear learners, simply follow our sample paragraph. Write the topic sentence in the middle, 3 supporting sentences on the sides, and a concluding sentence. Since we don't have much time, you will do it as an assignment for today. I will be waiting for your paragraph in our next meeting. With that, I really wish everyone a wonderful afternoon. God bless all of us. Again, this is Mrs. Dolores V. Bautista, your teacher broadcaster for the day. Happy writing, everyone. Bye.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganun din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, channel 26.
Simulcast over DZDZ 828, Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May na-miss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Professor on air.
Alam niyo ba, ang Balanggiga Bells ay kinuha ng mga sundalong Amerikano bilang war trophies pagkatapos ng Balanggiga Massacre noong 1901? Matapos ang 117 years, na ibalik ng US noong December 11, 2018 ang iconic church bells sa Pilipinas. Ang church bells na ito ay naglalarawan ng kalayaan, katapangan, at pananampalataya ng mga Pilipino. Alam nyo na, yan ang Balanggiga Bells.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng araling panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao, at makabansa.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at DZTC, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac. Isang magandang araw. Tayo ay naririto na naman, nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi upang maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kamusta kayo mga ginigiling pong mga mag-aaral? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masigting pagpupunyagi at kasipagan sa patuloy na pag-aaral. Ako muli ang inyong teacher broadcaster mula dito sa San Pascual, Tarlac City na sasamahan at gagabayan kayong naunawaan sa araw na ito ang ating paksang tatalakayin. Samahan niyo kong muli sa ating pag-aaral na ikalawang bahagi ng ating talakayan tungkol sa mga ideolohiyang politikal at ekonomiko. Ang ating talakayan ngayong araw ay alinsunod pa rin sa ating Most Essential Learning Competency na nasusuri ang mga ideolohiyang politikal at ekonomiko sa hamon ng estabilisadong institusyon. Pero bago natin umpisahan ang ating pagtalakay, tayo muna ay maghanda. Una, siguraduhin na kayo ay nasa tahimik na lugar habang kayo ay nag-aaral. Pangalawa, ihanda ang inyong learning material, papel at ballpen na sa inyong gagamitin sa ating pagtalakay. At panghuli ay iwasan ang paggawa ng ibang mga bagay at ituon ang inyong isip at sarili sa ating tinatalakay ng paksa. Ako ba ay nakakaasa na inyong susundin ang ating kasunduan? Napakahusay. Ngayon ay ating munang balikan ang mahalagang puntos mula sa ating nakaraang aralin sa pamamagitan ng pagsagot sa ating gawain number 1. Kung inyong nakikita sa inyong screen, meron tayong mga salita na nasa loob ng kahon. At ang mga salitang ito ay ang ating mga naisa-isang ideolohiya. Ngayon ay piliin mula sa kahon ang ideolohiyang tinutukoy ng bawat pahayag sa bawat bilang. Umpisahan natin sa unang bilang. Sa ideolohiyang ito, ang mga mamamayan ay may karapatang pumili ng pinuno. Ano kaya ang tinutukoy na ideolohiya ng bilang na ito? Kung ang sagot ninyo ay demokrasya, tama ang demokrasya. Number 2. Ano kaya ang ideolohiyang tinutukoy sa ikalawang bilang? Kung ang sagot ninyo ay authoritarianismo, tama, napakagaling. Number 3. Ano naman kaya ang ideolohiya ang tinutukoy sa ikatlong bilang? Kung ang sagot ninyo ay kapitalismo, tama. Number 4. Ano kaya ang ideolohiyang tinutukoy sa ika-4 na bilang? Kung ang sagot ninyo ay Kapitalismo? Tama, nakuha niyo ang tamang sagot. At ang pinakahuling bilang ay kung ang inyong sagot ay komunismo, tama. Nakuha niyo bang lahat ng tamang sagot, mga mag-aaral? Kung nakuha niyo lahat, ay napakagaling. Kung hindi naman, ay huwag mag-alala pagpus ay bumawi sa ating susunod na gawain. Ngayon ay atin na umpisahan ang ating pagtalakay tungkol sa mga puwersang pangkabuhayan at politika ng mga bansa sa panahon ng pag-usbong ng mga ideolohiya. Umpisahan natin pag-aralan ang pagsilang ng komunismo sa Russia. Pinaniniwalaan na nag-ugat ang ideolohiyang komunismo sa Russia noong panahon ng mga Czar. Sinabi natin si Tsar, ito ay tawag sa mga pinuno. At ayon sa nasusulat sa kasaysayan, ang Russia sa ilalim ng Tsar ay naging makapangyarihan. Subalit, ang mga namumuno ay naging despotic. Ang ibig sabihin lamang ito, ang ibig sabihin ng despotic ay isang anyo ng pamumuno ng solong entidad at ganap ang kapangyarihan. At dahil dito, lumaganap ang mga kaguluhan sa Russia. Katulad na lamang ng kaguluhan sa politikal, pangkabuhayan, maging sa sosyal. At ang kaguluhan na ito ang nagbigay daan upang maisilang at mag-umpisa ang ideolohiyang komunismo. Ang komunismo ay isang kaisipang sosyo-ekonomiko-politiko. Isang lipunang mayroong pantay-pantay na karapatan ang mga tao, walang mayaman o mahirap. Ito ay itinatag nila Karl Marx at Friedrich Engels. Sila ay mga German philosophers. Ito ay kanilang itinatag bilang reaksyon sa mga pang-aabuso at maling pamamalakad ng mga kapitalista sa ilalim ng ideolohiyang kapitalismo. Mayroon tayong tatlong uri ng komunismo o ideolohiyang komunismo. Ang una ay ang tinatawag natin Leninismo, pangalawa, Stalinismo, at ang pangatlo ay Maoismo. Pag sinabi natin Leninismo, ito ay uri ng komunismo na kung saan galing kay Vladimir Lenin na nasa larawan na isang Russian revolutionary. Isinulong niya ito o isinusulong ng Leninismo ang komunismo sa pamamagitan ng industrialisasyon at collectivization or collectivization. Ang Stalinism naman o Stalinismo ay galing naman kay Joseph Stalin. Si Joseph Stalin ay isang leader ng Soviet Union. Isinusulong naman ng Stalinismo ang komunismo sa pamamagitan naman ng pamahalaang diktatorial. At ang pangatlo naman ay Maoismo na isinulong ni Mao Zedong. Ang Maoismo ay nagsusulong ng komunismo na nakabatay naman sa mga magsasaka at hindi sa mga manggagawa. Muli, ang tatlong uri ng komunismo sa Russia ay ang Leninismo, Stalinismo, at Maoismo. Sa paglaganap naman ng komunismo, narito ang mga iba't ibang prinsipyong kanilang pinaniniwalaan. Ano nga ba ang pinaniniwalaan ng pinaniniwalaang prinsipyo ng mga komunistang bansa? Una, ito ay ang pagtatatag ng diktadorya ng mga manggagawa, kung saan ang mga manggagawa ay ang kinikilalang supremo ng pamahalaan. Pangalawa, pangangasiwa ng pamahalaan sa sistema ng produksyon at distribusyon ng mga pag-aari. Ikatlo, ay ang pagwawaksi ng ideolohiyang kapitalista. Pang-apat, pagkatwa sa kapangyarihan ng Diyos at lubos na paghihiwalay ng Estado at ng simbahan. At ang pinakahuli ay ang pagsuporta o paghikayat at pagpapalaganap ng kilusang komunismo sa buong daigdig. Ang pagsilang ng pasismo naman ay ating suriin na nag-umpisa sa Italy. Ang pasismo ay nagmula sa salitang Italyo na fascio, na ang ibig sabihin nito ay digkis. Ito ay ang dating otoritaryong kilusang politikal na namayani sa Italy mula taong 1922 hanggang taong 1943. Ito ay sa ilalim ng pamumuno ni Benito Mussolini. Kumalat sa buong Europa ang mga katulad na kilusang pampolitika nito sa pagitan ng una at ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Ang pasismo bilang isang sistemang pampolitika ay itinuturing na isang sistemang nagtatampok, pumupuri, dumadakila, nag-aangat ng antas o uri, o nagpapatingkad ng nasyon o lahi o lipi na hindi nagpapahintulot ng pagkalaban o oposisyon at pagpapanatili naman ng paglaban o kontrol sa lahat ng mga aspeto ng mga buhay ng mamamayan ng bansang nasa ilalim ng sistema ito. Ngayon ay ano-ano naman kaya ang dahilan? Dahilan na nagbigay daan upang umusbong ang pasismo sa Italy o sa Italia. Alamin natin ang mga dahilan ito. Ang una ay ang nasyonalismo. Dito hindi nasiyahan ang mga Italyano sa naging resulta ng World War I, kahit na sila man ay nabigyan ng bahagi o pabuya sa digmahan. Pangalawang dahilan sa pagsilang ng pasismo ay ang paghihirap sa kabuhayan. Dahil alam naman natin na dahil sa unang digmaang pandaigdig, nagkaroon ng kakulangan sa pagkain at sa maraming pangangailangan o pangunahing pangangailangan ang mga tao sa Italy. Tumaas din ang halaga ng mga bilihin. Iginawad ng pamahalaan ang mataas na taxes or mga buwis upang mabayaran ang malaking pagkakautang ng bansa na dulot ng digmaan. Dahil sa mga pangyayari ito, marami ang nawalan ng trabaho sapagkat nasira ng digmaan ang mga sasakyan at pagawaan. Muli, sa mga paghihirap sa kabuhayan na naranasan ng mga Italyano, dito umusbong ang pasismo. Pangatlo naman na dahilan ay ang kahinaan ng pamahalaan. Hindi nakayanan ng pamahalaan na lutasin ang mga suliranin ng bansa. Pinalala pa ang nalang pagkakaroon ng mahinang opisyal ng pamahalaan. Bunga nito, nawalan ng saysay ang mga tradisyong demokratiko, pati na ang mga tao na kanilang demokratikong institusyon. At noong taong 1920, ilagaw ng mga manggagawa ang tradisyong demokratiko. At dito, nawala rin ang tiwala ng mga magsasaka sa marilang lupa, kaya tinagaw nila ang mga lupain. Ang kapayapaan naman ay naibalik ng mga pasista o isang samahan na itinatag ni Benito Mussolini na nasa larawan, at sila ay nagkaroon ng pagkakaisa upang magkaroon ng kapayapaan sa gitna ng alitan sa pamamagitan ng mga may-ari ng lupa at ng mga magsasaka. Ngayon naman ay ating isa-isahin ang mga prinsipyong pinaniniwalaan ng mga pasista o ng mga naniniwala sa ideolohiyang pasismo. Una, gumagawa lamang o ang pasismo ay naniniwala na gumagawa lamang ang tao sa kapakanan ng Estado. Pangalawa, ito ay naniniwala na ang demokrasya ay mahina at walang saysay at walang lakas kapag kinakailangan. Pangatlo, lahat ng bibitawang opinyon, ito man ay pasalita o pasulat, ay kailangang naaayon sa pamahalaan. Pang-apat, kinokontrol ang buong sistema ng edukasyon upang ang mga mamamayan ay makapagsali o makapagsilbi sa Estado at makatulong sa paghahanda sa mga digmaan. Nangingibabaw ang mga pasistang propaganda sa mga paaralan. Panglima, maingat na sinisensor ang mga pahayagan at publikasyon. Pang-anim, lahat ng uri ng libangan ay sinusuri ng pamahalaang may ganitong uri ng ideolohiya. Ang susunod ay hindi kinikilala ang kalayaang sibil. Pangwalo, binibigyan ng bonus ang malalaking pamilya. At ang panghuli naman ay hindi binibigyan ng karapatang sosyal, politikal, at pangkabuhayan ang mga babae. Ang mga nabanggit natin ay ang mga prinsipyong ipinapanukala o isinasagawa at sinusunod naman ng mga mamamayan na ang ideolohiya ay pasismo katulad na lamang sa bansang Italia. Ang susunod naman ay ang Nazi sa Germany. Bilang isang ideolohiya, ang Nazism ay nagsimula sa Germany noong taong 1930 sa pangunguna ni Adolf Hitler na nakikita ninyo sa larawan. At ang Nazism ay pinapaniwalaan na isa sa pinakamalupit na diktadoryang totalitarian sa makabagong panahon. Ninais makabawi sa kahihiyan ng bansang Germany sa pagkatalo na noong World War I. Sa layunin ang Aleman ang siyang namuno sa daigdig. Ang ibig sabihin lamang nito, mga mag-aaral, isa sa mga tagong dahilan sa pagkakatatag ng Nazism sa Germany ay ang pagnanais nila upang makabawi sa kahihiyan na kanilang naranasan matapos silang matalo sa World War I. Ngayon naman ay narito ang mga iba't ibang prinsipyo ng Nazismo na nakapaloob din sa akda ni Adolf Hitler na pinamagatan natin Mein Kampf o ang aking labanan. Isa-isahin natin ang mga paniniwala ng Nazism. Una ay ang kapangyarihang racial. Ano nga ba ito? Ito pinaniniwalaan ng mga Aleman na sila ang nangungunang lahi sa daigdig na nanggaling sa mga makalumang tribong Germanic na tinatawag nilang Nordic o Aryano. So ito ay paniniwala nila sa kanilang sarili. Pangalawang paniniwala ng Nazismo ay ang anti-Semitism. Naniniwala ang mga Nazista na ang mga Hudyo na naninirahan sa Germany ay hindi mga Aleman at ang mga ito ay sanhi ng maraming suliranin at kabiguan ng kanilang bansa kung kaya't kinakailang mawala sa daigdig. Ito yung naging dahilan sa pagkakaroon ng tinatawag nating pagpatay sa mga Hudyo o yung tinatawag din nating Holocaust. Pangatlo ay ang pagbubuwag ng Treaty of Versailles o Kasunduang Versailles. Sinisi ng mga Nazista ang kasunduan sa Versailles na sanhiraw ng mga suliranin ng kanilang bansa. Sila ay hindi pabor sa nilalaman ng kasunduan o kasunduang Versailles. Pang-apat ay ang pan-Germanism. Ayon kay Hitler, ang isang pinakamalawak na Germany ay kailangang maitatag o matatag kasama na rito ang mga teritoryong nawala sa kanila noong unang digmaang pandaigdig. Ang ibig sabihin lamang nito, isa sa mga naging paniniwala ng mga naniniwala sa Nazismo ay anuman ang mga nasakop nilang mga bansa o anuman ang mga nasakop na bansa o lugar ng Germany ay kailangan maibalik ito sa kanilang kapangyarihan. Panglima ay ang pagwawakas ng demokrasya. Laban na laban ang Nazism sa demokrasya. Nanawagan silang wakasan ang republika at itatag ang Third Reich o siyang totalitarianismo ng Nazismo. Sa puntong ito ay atin lang sapatin ang inyong naging kaalaman hinggil sa mga tinalakay nating paksa tungkol sa paglaganap ng komunismo, fascism, at Nazism. Handa na ba kayong ipamalas ang inyong napaktan or napulot na aral sa ating paksa? Kung gayon ay atin nang sagutan ang ating gawain number 2. Basahin, pakinggan, at unawain ang mga pangungusap sa bawat bilang. Piliin ang letra ng tamang sagot. Isulat ninyo ang inyong mga sagot sa inyong sagot ng papel o kaya naman ay i-type sa ating comment section. Ready na ba kayo? Umpisahan na natin sa unang bilang. Batay sa kaisipang komunismo, ang mga manggagawa ang siyang magiging tagapamalakad ng pamahalaan at magbibigay daan sa pagwawakas ng blank. A. Authoritarianismo. B. Kapitalismo. C. Monarkiya. At D. Fascismo. Ano ang tamang sagot? Kung ang sagot ninyo ay kapitalismo, very good. Number 2, ang bawat bansa ay may sinusunod na ideolohiya. Alin sa mga sumusunod na tambalan ang hindi magkatugma? A. Demokrasya sa South Korea, komunismo sa China, monarkiya sa Britain, totalitarianismo sa Pilipinas. Kung ang sagot niya ay letter D, totalitarianismo sa Pilipinas, tama ang inyong kasagutan sapagkat ang ating ideolohiya ay demokrasya. Number 3, alin sa mga sumusunod na kaisipan ang hindi kabilang sa prinsipyo ng komunismo? A. Ang mga manggagawa ang pinakamataas na pamahalaan. B. Lubos ang paghihiwalay ng simbahan at ng estado. C. Pagpapalakas ng mga mangangalakal sa pribadong negosyo. D. Pagwawakas ng kapitalismo. Kung ang inyong sagot ay letter C, pagpapalakas ng kahal sa pribadong negosyo, very good. Number 4, ang lahat ng mga pinunong ito ay tumangkilik sa sosyalismo maliban sa isa. Sino kaya siya? A. Si John Locke. B. Karl Marx. C. Joseph Stalin. D. Vladimir Lenin. Kung ang sagot niyo ay C. John Locke, tama. At ang pinakahuling bilang, sinong Pangulo ng Pilipinas ang namuno sa ilalim ng batas militar noong taong 1972? A. Si Diosdado Macapagal. B. Si Ferdinand Marcos. C. Fidel D. Ramos. D. Joseph Estrada. Kung ang sagot niyo ay C. Ferdinand Marcos, very good. Tama ang inyong sagot. Nakuha niyo bang lahat ng tamang sagot sa ating ikalawang gawain? Kung itong nakuha lahat na ito, kahanga-hanga. Kung sakali naman ay hindi niyo pa nakuha ang mga wastong sagot, heto ang isang gawain na pwede niyong gawin sa inyong tahanan upang mas lalo niyong maintindihan ang ating paksang tinalakay. Para sa inyong karagdagang gawain, gawin ang concept map. Makikita niyo sa gitna, hinihingi ng concept map natin ang mga kahalagahan ng ideolohiya sa buhay mo, sa buhay nating mga tao. Ikaw ay magbigay ng 4 na katangi-tangi o mahalagang distribusyon o kontribusyon ng mga ideolohiya sa ating buhay. Magbigay ka ng 4. Naiintindihan mo ba ang ating panuto? Okay, inaasahan ko na sa susunod na episode ay iyong may babahagi ang 4 na mahalagang kontribusyon na ideolohiya sa ating mga tao. Muli, ako si Ginoong Charlie M. Peralta, ang iyong teacher broadcaster ngayong araw. Maraming salamat sa pagkinig and God bless you. Paalam!
Alam niyo ba na ang salitang yoyo at ang makabagong bersyon nito ay naimbento ng isang Pilipinong nagngangalang Pedro Flores? Taong 1920s nang dinala ni Flores ang laruang ito sa Estados Unidos. Sinimulan niya ang paggawa nito sa kanyang maliit na pabrika sa California at ipinakita sa mga tao ang iba't ibang tricks ng paggamit nito. Alam mo na, yan ang yoyo!
Travel to Herona and see how big North Shine has grown.
Doon nga ho sa bayan ho namin, nakilala ho kami dahil sa North Shine. Nakita man yun, dati ho, parol capital ho kami dati ng Tarlac.
Bahagi mo
Radyo Pilipino.
saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino. Sumasahim papawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozamis, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo, Radio Filipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiofilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy, kabahagi mo, Radio Filipino. Radio Filipino.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Mas Talino Grade 4 learners.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Good afternoon, grade 8 learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC Radio Filipino Tarlac and on RTV Tarlac FB Live. Today is June 9, 2022. I am grateful and honored to be with you today. I'm Ashley G. Divina Gracia, your teacher broadcaster for TLE Grade 8 Industrial Arts Carpentry from Tarlac National High School, broadcasting live here at Tarlac National High School, San Roque, Tarlac City. I would like to invite you to join us in this wonderful learning experience at home. I hope you are in good health. All you need to do is to sit back, relax, listen, and let's have fun while learning. Be sure you are in a safe, comfortable, and a healthy living at home while listening to this program. At this point, I want you to prepare your self-learning module or your learning activity sheets on TLE Carpentry. And of course, do not forget your pen and paper or notebook so that you may take down notes to remember as we go along with the lesson. How are you today? Hope you're doing fine. Be sure that you are in a good, comfortable place, far from noise and well-learning environment so you can listen to the topic very well. At this point, let's have a review of our previous lesson. You may answer my question by sending SMS at 0951-324-9857 or through my messenger account, or for those who are in Facebook Live, you may type your answer on comment section. Can you still remember our topic last meeting? That's great! Last time, we discussed the requisition form. What is a requisition form? Very good. Requisition form is used to request all the needed materials in accomplishing a project. How about the different parts of requisition form? Kindly enumerate. Good job! Requisition form has three major parts, and they are name of the project, objectives, and bill of materials. I'm glad that you still remember our previous lesson. Are you ready for our new lesson, my dear learners? Very good. Let us play a short game. Our game entitled Supply Me. For the direction, supply the missing letters to complete the correct word. To do this, just type your answer on our comment section. I will give you 10 seconds to guess the correct answer. Are you ready? Great! Your time starts now. Time's up. You did a great job, my dear learners. The correct answer is classification of hand tools, and that will be our topic for today. We will discuss the classification of hand tools. At this point, open your module in carpentry on page 13. Let us first identify the objectives for today's lesson. Identify the classification of hand tools. Classify the different hand tools according to their uses or function. Appreciate the value of using the correct tool for a particular task. Now that we have identified the objectives for today's lesson, let us first discuss hand tool and power tool. Hand tool, a tool in the hand and operated without electricity or other power. Power tool, handy machines operated by current or electricity. At this moment, let us identify the tools needed to accomplish a task. To answer this, just type your answer on our comment section. Number 1, testing. Number 2, driving. Number 3, cutting. If your answer for number 1, 2, and 3 is B, C, and A, then you are correct. Hand tools are very essential for day-to-day jobs. They have been used by humans since the ancient times to complete various useful tasks. Hand tools are of the different types and can be used for any kind of work. Some tools are versatile, and some of them are specifically used for specific jobs. If you want the best results for your work, it is very important to know their classification and proper usage. Lack of knowledge or negligence may lead to several mistakes and injuries. Let's start with the classification of hand tools. Hand tools are classified according to its uses or function. The following are the classification of hand tools: measuring tools, marking lining tools, testing tools, edge cutting tools, tooth cutting tools, boring tools, holding tools, miscellaneous tools, portable power tool, PPE or personal protective equipment, and driving tools. Measuring tools. These are used to get the measurement of an object. The following are the tools that are used for measuring: pull-push rule, flexible tape that slides into a material case and it's used to measure irregular and regular shapes. Ruler, 12-inch or 1-foot rule. It is used to make simple measurements. Meter stick, 1 meter long measuring device used to measure a workpiece. Tri-square, squaring and testing tool used to check adjacent surfaces for squareness. Caliper, used to transfer measurements from the rule to the work. Next are the marking lining tools. These are the tools used for making and marking line. The following are the tools that are used for marking lining. Pencil, used to lay out a mark cutting lines for drawing the projects. Marking gauge, wood or metal consisting of a beam head, a point used to mark parallel line to the grain of the wood. Chalk line, used to establish a straight line on surface. Divider, a tool with two metal legs used to lay out an arc and circle or step-up division on a line. Compass, used to scribe arcs and circle in metal or wood. Another classification of tools is the testing tools. These are used to get the accurate alignment of an object. The following are the tools that are used for testing. Tri-square, Squaring, measuring, and testing tool used to check adjacent surfaces for squareness. Tri-square is considered as both measuring and testing tool. Steel square is a framing square used to mark out the work for squaring and checking of angles, and is used in construction of roof framing and large furniture. Spirit level, a tool used for testing vertical and horizontal surfaces. Plumb bob, tool used to test vertical and horizontal surfaces. At this point, my dear learners, I want you to answer this question to see if you are still listening to our discussion. Are you ready? Here's the question. These are the tools used to get the measurement of an object. Type your answer on our comment section. Great job! The correct answer is measuring tools. Let us proceed to our discussion. Another classification of hand tools is the edge cutting tools. These are used for shaping and finishing of an object. The following are examples of edge cutting tools. Chisel, tool used to trim and shape wood. Spoke shape, a small plane-like tool for irregularly shaped objects. Cabinet scraper, a rectangular piece of steel with two cutting edges for working flat and curved shapes. Next are the tooth cutting tools. Tooth cutting tools are used for cutting woods. The following are the tools used for cutting. Cross-cut saw, hand saw used to cut wood across the grain. Rip saw, hand saw used to cut wood along the grain. Back saw, hand saw with a metal back and plywood and joinery. Compass saw, used to cut irregular shape either in a large or small board. Turning saw, used to rip, cross, and cut curves in lumber. Coping saw, a U-shaped saw used for cutting irregular shape in a small board. Dovetail saw, a small back saw with a straight chisel type handle used to cut fine joints. Question: what is the difference between tooth cutting tools and cutting tools? Very good. Tooth cutting tools are tools used for shaping, designing, and finishing of an object, while the cutting tools are used for cutting woods. Next classification of tools are the boring tools. These are used for making hole in an object. The following are the tools used for boring. Auger bits, tool used to make hole in woods. Expansive bit, tool used to drill hole of various sizes in woods. Drill bit, tool used for boring holes either in metals, woods, or plastic. Next are the holding tools. These are used for holding objects. The following are the tools used for holding. C-clamp, used for holding together pieces of lumber while working. Bench vise, used to hold any metals, any materials, or tools in place. Bar clamp, used to hold large boards or frames together while assembling or gluing. Next in line are miscellaneous tools. These are used for sharpening, setting, and finishing of other tools. The following are example of miscellaneous tools. Oil stone, used for sharpening edge of cutting tools such as chisel. Files, used to smoothen metal and wood surfaces. Paintbrush, used to apply varnish on wood surfaces. Nail set, used to drive the head of nails lower than the surface of wood. Another question. To answer this, just type your answer in our comment section. These are the tools used for making hole in an object. What is your answer? Exactly. The correct answer is boring tools. Let us continue our discussion. Another classification of tools are the portable power tools. These are hand tools that uses either electricity or battery. The following are example of portable power tools. Sander, portable power tool used for sanding furniture pieces. Router, used for shaping surfaces and edges of furniture parts. Jigsaw, power tools used primarily for cutting curved or irregular wood surfaces. Circular saw, used for many types of cutting, particularly on large panel stock. Electric drill, power drill which is used to drill holes in various materials to perform a multitude of tasks. Next is the PPE or personal protective equipment. These are used to protect the worker from possible danger. The following are example of personal protective equipment. Goggles, used to protect the eyes against flying debris and harmful liquids. Ear protector, used to protect ears against high-frequency noise. Face mask, used to prevent the inhalation of sprayed paint fumes. Gloves, used to protect the hands while working. Apron, used to protect the worker against flying debris. And lastly, the driving tools. These are the tools used to drive another object into the wood. The following are the tools used for driving. Claw hammer. It is used to drive and pull out nails on wooden surfaces. Mallet, made out wood or rubber, used to drive another tools like chisel. Nail set, used in setting the head of a finishing nail below the surface of the wood. Nail set. A screwdriver, used to drive and loose screws. At this moment, let us recap our topic we discussed today. Always remember that hand tools are classified according to their uses or function. I repeat, hand tools are classified according to their uses or function. How about the classification of hand tools? Kindly enumerate. Very good. The classification of hand tools are measuring tools, marking lining tools, testing tools, edge cutting tools, tooth cutting tools, boring tools, holding tools, miscellaneous tools, portable power tool, PPE or personal protective equipment, and driving tools. Proper use and precision are more important than speed of work while using hand tools. Based on the work that needs to be done, a carpenter must choose the right kind of tools. He must be aware of the right tool for the job, otherwise, the quality and efficiency of work will suffer. There you have it, learners. Hopefully, you learned something new from our topic for today. At this moment, let us see how well you understand the lesson. Kindly get a piece of paper and a pen. This is a multiple choice quiz. It only consists of 5 items. I will read the question twice. Are you ready? Very good. For the directions, classify the different types of hand tools according to their uses or function. Write the letter of the correct answer. I repeat, classify the different types of hand tools according to their uses or function. Write the letter of the correct answer. Claw hammer. Is it A, measuring tool, B, boring tool, C, holding tool, or D, driving tool? Number 1, claw hammer. A, measuring tool, B, boring tool, C, holding tool, or D, driving tool? Number 2, bench vise. Is it A, measuring tool, B, boring tool, C, holding tool, or D, driving tool? Number 2, bench vise. A, measuring tool, B, boring tool, C, holding tool, or D, driving tool? Number 3, pull-push rule. A, measuring tool, B, boring tool, C, holding tool, or D, driving tool? Number 3, pull-push rule. A, measuring tool, B, boring tool, C, holding tool, or D, driving tool? Number 4, auger bits. A, measuring tool, B, boring tool, C, holding tool, or D, driving tool? Number 4, auger bits. A, measuring tool, B, boring tool, C, holding tool, or D, driving tool? Last number, number 5, circular saw. Is it A, personal protective equipment, B, cutting tool, C, portable power tool, or D, testing tool? Number 5, circular saw. Is it A, personal protective equipment, B, cutting tool, C, portable power tool, and D, testing tool? Now I will give you 5 seconds to finalize your answer. Your time starts now. At this moment, let us now check your answers. The correct answer for number 1 is letter D, driving tool. For number 2 is C, holding tool. For number 3, A, measuring tool. 4, B, boring tool. And 5 is letter C, portable power tool. Okay, count the number of correct items. For those who got a perfect score, congratulations, you did a great job. For those who got 4 and 3, very good. For those who got 2 and below, still that's okay, you can refer to your module for review and get familiarized with the topic. That was a great learning experience with you. Hopefully, you enjoyed our lesson for today. Thank you for listening. I will be glad to be with you again on our next episode and another exciting topic. I would like to end up by saying this quotation from Zig Ziglar: if you're not willing to learn, no one can help you. If you are determined to learn, no one can stop you. And let us all remember that in TLE we aim for skills, knowledge, and progress. Thank you very much and keep safe everyone. This is Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over TCTC Radio Filipino Tarlac and on RTV Tarlac FB Live. Again, this is Teacher Ashley. Until next time.
One FM. This is your one.
My only one.
One lang yan.
The only one. One FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. One FM. One FM. Your only one FM. One FM.
Alam niyo ba na ang whale shark ay hindi isang whale? Ang whale shark o butanding ay kinikilalang world's largest fish at tinatawag gentle giants. May sukat itong 12 meters. Maliliit ang ngipin ng butanding, kaya naman planktons o maliliit na hipon at isda lang ang kaya nilang kainin. Simula noong 2011, marami nang nahumaling mag-whale shark watching sa Oslo, Cebu. Alam niyo na, yan ang whale shark!
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid
Aral TarlakHenyo
Sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
at sa bayang naririnig sa DCTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
mula rito sa Purok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro, na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Good day to all our listeners, especially our grade 8 students. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC Radio Filipino Tarlac. I am your teacher broadcaster, Ma'am Ana Rowena Enrique Sarmiento. For the guidance of our listeners, this episode is for grade 8 MAPE subject. Stay tuned and do not forget to like and share our Facebook page, RTV Tarlac Channel 26, and DCTC Radio Filipino Tarlac. Or if you have any questions or clarifications, don't hesitate to approach me in my Facebook account. Ana Rowena Enriquez Sarmiento, or call and text me in 0933-549-8049. And we will answer all your questions for better understanding in our broadcast in this afternoon. But before that, I just want you to make some important reminders. Make sure that you are in the quiet, relaxed, and comfortable place while listening and learning with all our broadcasts. And make sure that you have a copy of your Penjum or modules of notes with pen and paper to easily understand our lesson for today. Go beyond your own comfort zone and think physical education. In the previous lessons, you have learned the dance Binislakan. As we go on, you're going to appreciate more of it as you will be engaging yourself on developing your skills in dancing different folk dances. For this activity, I will show the fundamental steps in folk dancing and try to identify the positions of hands and feet. Write your answer on your paper, or if you are watching over our live discussion, you can comment down your answers. Write first position, second position, third position, and fifth position for the pictures I will show to you. Are you ready? For number 1. The correct answer is fourth position. Next. For number 2, the correct answer is fifth position. Number 3. The correct answer is third position. Number 4. The correct answer is second position. And for the last, number 5, the answer is first position. I guess most of you got all the correct answers. And for this episode, we will be discussing the nature and background of Sakuting dance. Francisca Reyes Aquino was the dance researcher of Sakuting dance. Sakuting, which means it refers to rhythmic sticks producing the accompaniment for the dance. Abra and Ilocos Norte were the place of origin of Sakuting dance. The country of influence is from China, and Sakuting is classified as social dance. So what are the dance properties of Sakuting dance? For the costume, for the female, the native Ilocano kimono style with the sleeves of elbow length, ankle length skirt of bright color plates straight at the waist. And for the male, camisa de chino and a native hat. Second, the music. 2/4 and 3/4 time, rhythms and composed of 9 parts. The third, the formation. Let us have the background of Sakuting dance. Sakuting is a Philippine folk dance that interprets a fight between Ilocano Christians and non-Christians. This mock fight between rival folks is traditionally performed during Christmas at the town plaza or performed house to house as a form of traditional caroling show. Dancers perform the Sakuting to receive presents or the local money called aguinaldo. Philippine folk dances as fight dances. Most Filipino dances tell a story. In the Sakuting, it is a story of Ilocano Christians and non-Christians fighting during the Spanish colonial rule in the country. Ilocanos are the people living in the Ilocanos region in northern Philippines. This regional ethnic dance celebrates cultural heritage and national artistic pride by portraying Philippine fighting art as a ritual dance. The regional history of Sakuting dance. Sakuting came from the Abra province in the northern part of the island of Luzon. The Ilocos region officially includes Ilocos Norte, Ilocos Sur, La Union, and Pangasinan. Abra, Mountain Province, and Benguet were also parts of the region before separating as the Cordillera Administrative Region. All these provinces are home to the Ilocanos, who are the natives of the lowlands, and the Tingyaan tribes, who are the natives of the mountain areas. How about the origin of Sakuting dance? During the Spanish colonization, 1520 to 1898, the garrison established to protect the Ilocanos who converted to Christianity, become a site for raids by the mountain tribes. And the Sakuting dance interprets this struggle between the lowland natives who became Christians and the non-Christian natives from the mountain province. Sakuting incorporates the traditional Filipino martial arts called arnis by using two sticks as extension of the arms to fight the opponent. Before the Spanish era in the Philippines, Filipino commonly used arnis for self-protection. The Spanish banned its practice, forcing Filipinos to utilize it in other forms. They openly retain the practice by using arnis movements as part of the folk dances like the Sakuting, while showing the story between the Christian and non-Christian natives. The stylized fight sequence revived the use of arnis as the dance is a two-stick. Arnis exercise set to an upbeat music. Before we proceed, I will ask questions on the background and history of Sakuting dance. Comment down your answers if you are watching over our live discussion, or if not, you may write your answers on the papers. Here are the questions. Number 1, who is the dance researcher of Dance Sakuting? Again, who is the dance researcher of Dance Sakuting? Letter A, Elena Rivera. Letter B, Francisca Reyes Aquino. Letter C, Libertad Fajardo. And letter D, Lisa Makuha. And the correct answer is Francisca Reyes Aquino. For number 2 question, Philippine folk dance that interprets a fight between Ilocano Christians and non-Christians. Again, Philippine folk dance that interprets a fight between Ilocano Christian and non-Christian. Letter A, Arnis. Letter B, Binislakan. And letter C, Sakuting. Letter D, Suwa-Kusuha. The correct answer is Sakuting. For number 3, Sakuting originated from what place? Again, Sakuting originated from what place? Letter A, Abra and Ilocos Norte. Letter B, Davao and Iloilo. Letter C, Pangasinan and Tarlac. And letter D, Palawan and Romblon. The correct answer is Abra and Ilocos Norte. For number 4 question, Sakuting dance were influenced from what country? Again, Sakuting dance were influenced from what country? Letter A, America. Letter B, China. Letter C, Mexico. And letter D, Spain. And the correct answer is letter B, China. And for the last question, for the costume, female dancer wears, again, for the costume, female dancer wears, letter A, barot saya, letter B, kimono style, letter C, malong, and letter D, Maria Clara. And the correct answer is letter B, kimono style. If you got all the correct answers, good job! You listen to our topic. Music used for the sakuting has Chinese and Spanish backgrounds. The traditional music styles have staccato, inflections, and rhythmic tapping. The musical instruments used for the dance is called the rondalla, a native string instrument like a guitar. There are usually moments of a cappella where no musical instruments are utilized, and only the tapping of wooden sticks are heard as accompaniment to the singing. The wooden sticks sounds coincide with the choreography of the mock fights in the sakuting performance, with upbeat and happy music. The audience cheers as performers tap their stick and jump around in the group and in circles. Let us listen to the music of sakuting. So there you have it, the music of sakuting. Performers. Sakuting was originally performed by boys only, but it has evolved as folk dance, which both boys and girls now perform. This dance uses two strip bamboo sticks about 1.5 feet long and tapered at the end, like a candle. Wearing traditional Ilocano costumes, performers of the sakuting participate in a playful folk dance where the two rival teams circle and clash the sticks, in gentle imitation of martial arts sparring. They tap the floor and each other's sticks while using combat dance steps in a theatrical fashion called the kumedya. The dances combine marching and small forwards or sideways shuffle steps. The dances circle around and interchange position, while other interpretations utilize ballet-like movements. For those who just turned in, you are listening to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC Radio Filipino Tarlac. This is your teacher broadcaster in physical education, Ma'am Ana Rowena. And our lesson is about the nature and background of sakuting dance. And for you to be updated with all our broadcasts, please like and share our Facebook page, RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Since we know already the nature and background of the dance, the following steps are used in sakuting. You are to master all these step dance, which will be used later in your performance test. Sakuting dance. The first dance step in sakuting is the change step. The step pattern for change step is step, close step, count 1 and 2. How do we do the step? Kindly watch the video clip for change step.
Change step. Step right foot sideward, count 1. Step left foot to right, count in. Step right foot quickly, count 2. Now, let's try the change step. 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2.
Now, let us try the change step. Let us follow the dance pattern.
One and two, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2.
Very good! It is so very easy to do the change step. The next basic step for sakuting is the waltz step. The dance pattern for dance or waltz step is step right, step left, close to the right in rear, step right. Count 1 and 2. How do we do the step? Kindly watch the video clip for waltz step.
For waltz step, step right foot sideward, count 1. Step left foot to right in rear, count N. Step right, count 2. 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2.
Very good! Now, let us try the waltz step. Let us follow the dance pattern.
The waltz step. 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2.
Very good! The third basic step for sakuting is the waltz turn. The dance pattern for waltz step is step sideward with the right foot as you simultaneously turn it to the right, count 1. Step to the side with your left foot as you continue to turn to the right, count N. Bring the right foot into your left foot, count 2. Execute 2 waltz step to make a turn. How we do the step? Kindly watch the video clips for waltz
as you
step.
simultaneously turn it to the right, count 1. Step to the side with your left foot as you continue to turn to the right, count N. Bring the right foot into your left foot, count 2. Execute 2 waltz steps to make a turn.
Now, let us try the waltz turn. Let us follow the dance pattern.
The waltz turn. 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2.
Excellent! You did a great job. Change step, waltz step, and waltz turn are the basic steps used in sakuting dance. Just to make sure that you understand our lesson about the nature and background of sakuting dance, on your learning activity sheet, let us answer the activity number 3. For number 1 question, a Philippine folk dance that interprets a fight between Ilocano Christian and non-Christian. Letter A, Binislakan. Letter B, Pangalay. Letter C, Sakuting. And letter D, Suwa-Kusuwa. The correct answer is letter C, Sakuting. For number 2, this mock fight between rival folks is traditional performed during A, Christmas, letter B, Labor Day, letter C, Lenten season, and letter D, New Year's Eve. The correct answer is letter A, Christmas. For number 3, dancers perform the sakuting to receive presents or the local called money. A, offer. B, price. C, ounce. Letter D, aguinaldo. The correct answer is letter D, aguinaldo. For the number 4 question, the musical instrument used for the dance is called blank, a native string instrument similar to a guitar. Letter A, bandurria. Letter B, orchestra. Letter C, pangkat kawayan. And letter D, rondalya. The correct answer is letter D, rondalya. And for the last question, Sakuting came from the Blanc province in the northern part of the island of Luzon. Letter A, Tarlac. Letter B, Pampanga. Letter C, Cebu. And letter D, Abra. The correct answer is letter D, Abra. If you got all the correct answers, great job! And I think you are now ready to take this to another level. Our next episode is on June 14, and our topic will be all about the interpretation of dance literature of Sakuting. Only here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Filipino Tarlac. Before I end my lesson, always remember, for the things we have to learn, before we can do them, we'll learn by doing them, by Aristotle. And that's conclude our broadcast today. Once again, this is your teacher broadcaster, Ma'am Ana Rowena of Corazon C. Aquino High School, and this is your program, Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Filipino Tarlac, where learning continues at the comfort of own yours home. See you on our next episode. Keep safe, everyone. Bye!
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para magbanding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828, Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino sumasahim papawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozamis, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga, kasama katuwang kapinoy. Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC.
Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
The word boondocks, which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radio Filipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gahutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
Alam niyo ba na ang Pilipinas ay mayroong 7,641 islands? Mula sa bilang na 7,107 islands, nadagdagan ito ng 534 na isla noong 2017. Tanging 2,000 lamang sa mga islang ito ang natitirhan. Alam niyo na! Yan ang mga isla sa Pilipinas.
Good afternoon, grade 9 learners of Tarlac.
What an amazing day to have you with us today. Cheers to another episode of Fun Learning Experience. This is Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26 and via Facebook Live. Simulcast over DZTZ 828 Radyo Filipino Tarlac and in your Converge Cable TV Channel 100. I am Ma'am Maria Karen Athena F. Galang, broadcasting live from Anastasia J. Yubel High School, Concepcion, Tarlac. It is indeed a pleasure to be your teacher broadcaster for our lesson in English 9. Before we start our broadcast, dear learners, please situate yourself in a comfortable place in your home where you can focus and listen effectively to today's episode. Remember as well to prepare your pen, lecture notebook where you can jot down notes, and the learning activity sheets intended for this session. Are you ready, grade 9 learners? That's wonderful. Let us begin today's fun-filled learning session. Our discussion for today is the part 4 of MELC 2, which is to react to lay value judgment on critical issues that demand sound analysis and call for prompt actions with lesson focus on evaluation language. At the end of this lesson, you are expected to accomplish the following objectives. Letter A. Identify critical issues presented in the material viewed and or read. Letter B. Express agreement or disagreement on statements relating to certain critical issues. Letter C. Recognize evaluative language used in a text. Letter D. Relate text content to particular social issues, concerns, or dispositions in life. And finally, letter E. Write a reaction paper on a critical issue using evaluative language. In the last episode of English 9, you were taught about how to react to lay value judgment on critical issues that demand sound analysis and call for prompt actions with lesson focus on genre and register-related discourse features of a reaction paper. You also had discussions on what a reaction paper is, the process in writing an effective reaction paper, which includes the stages of pre-writing, and the writing stage. And finally, you also tackled the parts of the reaction paper. Before we proceed to our new lesson for today, let's have a review of the concepts discussed in the previous lesson through an activity entitled, Let Us Recall, Name That Part. The directions for this activity are, first, read the statements carefully. Then, identify what is being described by completing the missing letters to complete the correct word. Let's begin with number 1. It is the last part of your reaction paper where you can reformulate the thesis and remind the reader what you were trying to prove or disprove. What's your answer? If you answered conclusion, then you are correct. Let's proceed to number 2. It is also called a review, critique, or response paper. What's the correct answer? You are right. Reaction paper is the correct answer. Now let's have number 3. It is the part of a reaction paper where you place a summary of the work. What's your answer? If your answer is introduction, then you are correct. Now let's head on to number 4. This is the idea for which you created the article that consists of 1 to 2 sentences. What's your answer? If you answered thesis statement, then you are right. Finally, let's have the last item, number 5. This part of the reaction paper includes your reaction to the work. What's your answer? If your answer is body, then you are correct. How did you do on our review activity? Type in your score on our comment section. Great job, learners! I could see some of you got a perfect score. Well done to all of you. To those who got 4, nice work. And for those who got 3 and below, I still congratulate you for your effort and participation. You can always go back and watch the previous video lesson in your most convenient time. At this point, I'm sure you are now ready for our lesson. With that, let's have Activity 1, What's the Issue? The directions for this activity, using the shown picture and jumbled letter clues, identify the issue being presented. And then, write a short description of each critical issue on your notebook. Are you ready? That's wonderful. Let's begin. What issue is being presented in the picture? The correct answer is coronavirus. The coronavirus has made a huge impact in our lives. It posed as a threat to our health, thus requiring people to wear masks, do regular sanitation, observe physical distancing, and other health protocols. Let's head on to number 2. What issue is shown in the picture? If you answered online learning, then you are correct. Because of the implementation of distance education, online learning is one of the modalities used by schools to ensure continued learning among students. Let's head on to item number 3. What issue is shown in this picture? The correct answer is climate change. Climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperature and weather patterns. The main cause of climate change are the human activities. Let's head on to number 4. What's the issue in this picture? If you answered war, then you are correct. War is a state of armed conflict between different nations or states, or it could be different groups within a nation or state. Recently, you might have heard or watched news on the war happening between Ukraine and Russia. Finally, let's have the last item, item number 5. What's the issue? If you answered discrimination, then you are correct. Discrimination is the unfair treatment to a person because of one's gender, physical appearance, religion, race, or others. How did you do, learners? That's wonderful. I hope that you were able to identify the critical issues presented in this activity. Now, grade 9 learners, let us accomplish activity 2, Make a Stand. The directions for this activity. Using the scale below, agree or disagree on the following statements by writing the number that corresponds to your answer. Then write a brief explanation of your answer on your notebook. The scale indicates 5 for strongly agree, 4 for agree, 3 for neutral, 2 for disagree, and 1 for strongly disagree. Are you ready to make a stand, dear learners? Let's begin. Here are the statements that you're going to make a stand for. Number 1. COVID-19 has rapidly affected our day-to-day life, businesses, and disrupted the world trade and movements. Number 2. Online learning may be a savior, but it comes with its own problems. Number 3. It was suggested that all countries must take steps to tackle climate change as fast and as humanely as possible. Number 4. An article states that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a blatant attack on the world order. Number 5. A safe space where everyone could live harmoniously should be established for all people despite their differences. Are you done, dear learners? That's great. Let's see how you did in this activity. Let's have item number 1. For this item, you could have answered 4 or 5, which means agree or strongly agree, since it is true that COVID-19 affected all aspects of our daily lives. Let's now have item number 2. Your answers for this item could range from 3 to 5, since some of you may have or may have not experienced online learning. As it is true that online learning has a lot of advantages, it also comes with its disadvantages. Now let's have item number 3. Your answer for this item could be 4 or 5, since climate change affects us all and we must all respond to it immediately before its effects worsen. Let's proceed to item number 4. Your answer for this item could range from 3 to 5, since the Ukraine-Russia war is indeed saddening and frightening as it disrupts the world order. Finally, let's have the last item. You could have answered this item with 4 or 5, since it is indeed true that a safe space could ensure harmonious living among all people despite each individual differences we have. How did you find this activity? Did you enjoy making a stand on each critical issue? That's wonderful to hear. As a member of the society, it is important that we are aware of the critical issues happening around us, since in one way or another, these issues have an effect on us and our society. As a grade 9 learner, it is important that you possess the knowledge and skill of giving value judgment to critical issues. We have to make better judgments and filter them using our knowledge, experiences, and wisdom. Then use that to make smarter and thoughtful decisions. So what is a value judgment? Value judgment is a judgment of the rightness or wrongness of something or someone, or of the usefulness of something or someone based on a comparison or other relativity. Roughly speaking, value judgment is a claim about something's moral, practical, or aesthetic worth. Value judgments do not simply describe the world. They prescribe certain attitudes or behaviors toward the world. Now let's have some examples of descriptive and prescriptive claims. As you can see in the table presented, the sentence, "The school enforces protocols to be followed inside the school," is a descriptive claim, since it merely describes the current situation. On the other side of the table, the school should strictly enforce protocols to be followed inside the school is a prescriptive claim, since it recommends the action that is ought to be done. The second example of a descriptive claim is, Mario is a student in grade 9, since it clearly describes the current situation or state of Mario. On the other hand, Mario ought to remain an excellent student in grade 9 in order to keep his scholarship is an example of a prescriptive claim, since it dictates what Mario ought to do. Grade 9 learners, take note that a descriptive claim is when the statement is clear and to the point. It is saying exactly how things are with no way of getting around it. Prescriptive claim, on the other hand, recommends how something ought to be. Let us now put your knowledge to the test by doing Activity 3, Sort It Out. I will be presenting you 6 statements. Your job is to sort these statements if whether they are descriptive or prescriptive by writing the letter on the correct column. Here are the 6 statements that you will sort out. Letter A. Russia shouldn't have bombed parts of Ukraine. Letter B. Some students experience difficulties in joining online classes. Letter C. Discrimination remains to exist among LGBT members. Letter D. School administrators should devise ways to reach out to learners lagging behind in distance education. Letter E. Humans ought to be ashamed of the damage they have done to the environment. Letter F. Advocacies along preservation of the nature must be implemented. Are you through with your activity? Let's check your work. Let us begin with the descriptive claims. Which statements belong in this category? You're right. The answers are statements B and statements C. How about those statements that belong to prescriptive claims? Which are those statements? You are correct. Statements A, D, E, and F are all considered prescriptive claims. How did you perform in our last activity? Well done! Grade 9 learners, you can now sort out descriptive and prescriptive claims. Remember, a descriptive claim merely describes the current situation or state of something, while a prescriptive claim dictates what something ought to do or ought to be. Words are powerful tools we use to express our thoughts, feelings, opinions, and judgments. Today, we shall strengthen your skills in the utilization of these words by dealing with evaluative language. Evaluative language is positive or negative language that judges the worth of something. It includes language to express feelings and opinions, to make judgments about aspects of people such as their behavior, and to assess quality of objects such as literary work. Evaluative language could be expressed through sentence stems flashed on your screens, such as the sentence stem the article suggests, the author claims that, the author argues that, and others. Evaluative language could also be used to express attitudes via the use of adjectives. It could be used to describe emotions or how people feel, evaluate the worth and quality of things and process, and make judgment about people's behavior. Let us apply what you have just learned by accomplishing Activity 4, Zero in on the EL. The directions for this activity are: zero in on the evaluative language used in each statement by simply underlining it. Are you ready, grade 9 learners? Let's begin. Here are the sentences. Number 1. The author suggests that the character could have developed more through the course of the events. Number 2. The poem is criticized for its poor choice of figurative language. Number 3. He exemplifies her claim by providing context to the theme of the poem. Number 4. She argued that the story's plot could have evolved differently. And number 5. The author compared his style with that of other writers. Are you done answering? Let's see how you did. Let's start with item number 1. What is the evaluative language used in this sentence? If your answer is suggests, then you are correct. Let's have number 2. What is the evaluative language used in this sentence? The correct answer is criticized. Let's proceed to item number 3. What is the evaluative language used in this item? You are right. It is indeed exemplifies her claim. Let's head on to item number 4. What is the evaluative language used in this sentence? Great job. It is indeed argued. Finally, let's have the last item. What evaluative language is used in this item? If your answer is compared with, then you are right. How many items did you get right, dear learners? Well done, grade 9 learners. It seems like you well understood our lesson today. You are now ready to write a reaction paper. For your post-listening or viewing activity, you will read the given text on your learning activity sheet. Your task is to identify the general and specific ideas conveyed in the text. Then, write your reaction on the arguments discussed using evaluative words or phrases. Your reaction paper will be graded based on the given rubric. The text that you will read is entitled #Majoha Puts Spotlight on Philippine Education, which was published on April 17, 2022 by Kathleen A. Yamit. Your performance in this task will be graded using the rubric flashed on your screens. The criteria or traits included in this rubric are introduction, information summary, critique, conclusion, organization, sentence structure, evaluative language, and mechanics. Keep in mind these criteria so that you could obtain a high score in this activity. Grade 9 learners, feel free to watch the video lesson again in case there are parts of the lesson you missed or need clarification. If you have queries regarding today's lesson, you may contact me or your English teachers who are more than willing to be of assistance to you. Before we wrap up today's session, let me share this quotation to you. Let it be your goal every day to be ahead of your former self, not ahead of others. Today has been a fruitful learning experience with all of you. I am beyond blessed to share this moment with you. This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTZ 828 Radio Pilipino Tarlac. Once again, this is Ma'am Maria Karen Athena F. Galang. your English 9 teacher broadcaster, wishing you to have a wonderful day. God bless everyone and happy learning!
Ang ASEAN New Zealand Afforestation Project o ANZAP ay sumusunod at umaayon sa isa sa 5 haligi ng Provincial Government of Tarlac, kalikasan muna. Although Tarlac is landlocked, the province is teeming with natural resources and beauty, and we TarlakHenyos are the stewards of this bounty.
Alam niyo ba na ang first Filipino Olympic medalist ay si Teofilo Ildefonso? Siya ang kauna-unahang Pinoy at Southeast Asian na nakasungkit ng Olympic medal sa swimming division. Tungong Pidig, Ilocos Norte, nagsimula siyang sumali sa mga paligsahan noong 1921 at nakaipon ng halos 100 medals. Noong World War II, nakipaglaban din siya sa mga Hapon at nakaligtas sa Bataan Death March. Ngunit binawian siya ng buhay sa Capas Concentration Camp at hindi na muli natagpuan ang mga labi nito. Alam niyo na, yan ang first Filipino Olympic medalist.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid,
Aral TarlakHenyo,
RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828,
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
Mula rito sa Borok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Capas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro, na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagmumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at DZTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Magandang araw! Narito na naman tayo nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kumusta na kayo mga ginigiliw kong mag-aaral? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi sa patuloy na pag-aaral sa himpapawid upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Baitang Siyam, Binibining April Hani A. Melocotones, broadcasting live mula dito sa bayan ng San Jose, Tarlac. Narito ako upang samahan at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin sa araw na ito. Bago pa man tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan, narito ang iilan sa mga paalala. Siguraduhin niyong nasa isang lugar kayo ngayon na komportable at maayos na naririnig at napapanood ang ating broadcast. Matanong ko lang, nagmerienda ka na ba? Mabuti naman, dahil nararapat lamang na may laman ang inyong mga tiyan upang mas maging alerto ang inyong mga pag-iisip at maayos na maunawaan ang ating tatalakaying aralin ngayong araw. Sa puntong ito, nais kong kunin nyo ang inyong module sa Araling Panlipunan para sa ika-5 linggo sa ika-4 na markahan, na may pamagat na mga patakaran at programang pangkaunlaran sa sektor ng agrikultura. Ihanda na rin ang inyong mga ballpen at sulatang papel upang maitala ang mga mahahalagang impormasyon o konsepto na aking mababanggit. Ang ating paksang aralin sa araw na ito ay patungkol sa mga patakaran at programang pangkaunlaran sa sektor ng agrikultura, partikular sa pagsasaka, pangingisda at pagtutroso. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating paksa ngayong araw, ay aalamin muna natin na ang naging aralin noong nakaraang episode. Natatandaan pa ba ninyo? Mahusay! Ang ating nakaraang paksa ay patungkol sa mga batas tungkol sa sektor ng agrikultura, partikular sa lupa. Upang malaman ko kung talagang inyo pang nasasariwa ang ating nakaraang aralin, ating sasagutin ang isang gawain. Ito ay tatawagin nating hula-ayos. Para sa ating panuto, ayusin ang mga ginulong letra upang maibigay ang tamang kasagutan sa mga gabay na tanong. Isulat ang iyong sagot sa sagotang papel. Handa na ba kayo? Para sa unang bilang, nakapaloob dito ang pamamahagi ng mga lupaing pampubliko sa mga pamilya na nagbubungkal ng lupa. Ang tamang sagot ay Public Land Act ng 1902. Kayo ay tama. Para naman sa ikalawang bilang, ito ay sistemang torrent sa panahon ng pananakop ng mga Amerikano na kung saan ang mga titulo ng lupa ay ipinatalang lahat. Kung ang sagot nyo ay Land Registration Act ng 1902, kayo ay tama. Para naman sa ikatlong bilang, ayon sa batas na ito, ang mga nagbubungkal ng lupa ang itinuturing na tunay na may-ari nito. Ang tamang sagot ay Agricultural Land Reform Code. Kayo ay tama. Para naman sa ika-4 na bilang, ipinapamahagi ng batas na ito na ang lahat ng lupang agrikultural, anuman ang tanim nito sa mga walang lupang magsasaka. Kung ang sagot nyo ay Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Law, kayo ay mahusay. Para naman sa ikahuli at ika-5 bilang, ang batas na ito na sinasabing magpapalaya sa mga magsasaka sa tanikala ng kahirapan at paglilipat sa kanila ng pagmamay-ari ng lupang sinasaka. Ang tamang sagot ay atas ng Pangulo bilang 27. Kayo ay mahusay. Binabati kita dahil napatunayan mong lubos mong naunawaan ang ating nakaraang aralin. At ngayon sa aking palagay ay handa ka na sa ating bagong paksa para sa araw na ito. Inaasahan sa pagtatapos ng talakayan ay inyong mabibigyang halaga ang mga patakarang pang-ekonomiya na nakatutulong sa sektor ng agrikultura, industriya ng agrikultura, pangingisda, at paggugubat. Sa lahat po ng mga magulang at mag-aaral sa ika-9 na baitang na nanonood at nakikinig sa ating broadcast, kung kayo po ay may mga katanungan o nais linawin ukol sa ating paksa ngayong araw, maaari kayong magbigay ng mensahe sa aking messenger. I-type ang April Honey Abordo Melocotones o tumawag o mag-text sa numerong 0909-456-0863. Uulitin ko ang numerong maaari niyong tawagan, 0909-456-0863. At bilang paghahanda, magkakaroon muli tayo ng isang makabuluhang gawain. Ito ay ating tatawaging larawan suri. Ang mga sumusunod na mga larawan ay mga patakaran at programang pangkaunlaran sa sektor ng agrikultura. Suriin natin ang bawat item kung saan ito nabibilang. Isulat ang titik A kung ito ay kabilang sa pagsasaka o pagtatanim. B kung ito ay sa pangingisda. At C kung ito ay sa pagtutroso o paggugubat. Isulat ang inyong sagot sa iyong sagotang papel. Maaari nyo din i-comment ang inyong sagot sa ating comment section ng ating Facebook Live. Handa na ba kayo? Para sa unang larawan, ang tamang sagot ay letter C, pagtutroso o paggugubat. Para naman sa ikalawang larawan, ang tamang sagot ay B, pangingisda. Kayo ay mahusay. Para naman sa ikatlong larawan, ang tamang sagot ay A, pagsasaka o pagtatanim. Magaling. Para naman sa ika-4 at panghuling larawan, ang sagot ay B, pangingisda. Kayo ay mahusay. Ngayon naman ay pagnilayan nyo ang inyong kasagutan sa ilang katanungan. Batay sa mga larawan, paano ito nakatutulong para sa kaunlaran sa sektor ng agrikultura? Bilang isang mag-aaral, ano ang iyong may tutulong para sa kaunlaran sa sektor ng agrikultura? Ating malalaman kung tama ba ang iyong makasagutan sa ating pagpapatuloy sa ating talakayan. Sa puntong ito ay maaari na tayong magsimula sa ating talakayan. Ang Pilipinas ay nabibilang sa mga bansang agrikultural. Malaki ang ginagampanang papel ng agrikultura sa pamumuhay ng mga Pilipino at sa ekonomiya ng bansa. Sa katunayan, ito ang pangunahing hanap buhay ng mga mamamayan. Sa kasalukuyan, maraming problema ang kinakaharap ang sektor ng agrikultura. Kaya naman, ang pamahalaan ay may mga programa at batas upang mapalakas ang sektor ng agrikultura. Matapos mong maunawaan ang mga batas tungkol sa lupa, sa pagpapatuloy ng ating aralin, ihanda ng iyong sarili upang maunawaan at suriin ang mga programa na may kinalaman sa pagsasaka, pangingisda, at pagtutroso. Ang una ay ang pagsasaka o pagtatanim. Batay sa CARP 2003, patuloy na isinasagawa ang sumusunod upang maisakatuparan ang nais ng pamahalaan na maiangat ang kalagayang pangkabuhayan ng mga magsasaka. Narito ang ilan sa mga sumusunod. Una, pagtatayo ng bahay-ugnayan para sa mga magsasaka upang masigurong mayroong suportang maibibigay sa kanila. Ikalawa, pagtatayo ng gulayan para sa mga magsasaka. Ikatlo, pagsisiguro ng mga anak ng mga magsasaka ay makapag-aral kaya itinayo ang Pangulong Diosdado Macapagal Agrarian Reform Scholarship Program at ang huli ay ang Kalahi Agrarian Reform Zones. Ang lahat ng mga programa at gawain ay sinasaisip at isinulong upang matiyak ang kaayusan ng mga magsasakang tumatanggap ng mga lupa sa pamamagitan ng reforma sa lupa. Ang mga sumusunod na tatalakayin natin ay mga batas at programa tungkol sa sektor ng agrikultura na may kinalaman sa pangingisda. Ang una ay ang pagtatayo ng mga daungan. Upang higit na mapadali ang pagpapadala sa mga huling isda sa pamilihan o tahanan, nagsisilbing sentro o bagsakan ng mga ito ang mga daungan. Dahil dito, nagiging mas madali para sa mga mamamayang maabot ang produkto mula sa mga ito. Ang pangalawa ay ang Philippine Fisheries Code of 1998. Ito ang tinadhana ng pamahalaan na naglilimita at naglalayon ng wastong paggamit sa yamang pangisdaan ng Pilipinas. Ang pangatlo ay ang Fishery Research. Ang pananaliksik at pagtingin sa potensyal ng teknolohiya tulad ng aquaculture, marine resources development, at post-harvest technology ay patuloy na ginagawa upang masiguro ang pagpaparami at pagpapayaman sa mga yamang tubig. Ang mga sumusunod naman ngayon ay tatalakayin ay mga batas at programa tungkol sa sektor ng agrikultura na may kinalaman sa pagtutroso o paggugubat. Ang una ay ang Community Livelihood Assistance Program o CLASP. Nilalayon ng programang ito na maitaas ang antas ng pamumuhay sa pamamagitan ng pagtuturo o paglilipat ng kaalaman ng wastong teknolohiya ng paglinang ng yamang gubat. Halimbawa ang mangrove farming sa Bohol, plantasyon ng kawayan sa La Union, at plantasyon ng mga halamang medisinal sa Peña Blanca, Cagayan. Ang pangalawa ay ang National Integrated Protected Area System o NIPAS. Ito ay programa na ang pangunahing layunin ay maingatan at protektahan ang kagubatan. Ito ay paraan upang mailigtas ang mga hayop at pananim dito. Ang pangatlo at ang panghuli ay ang Sustainable Forest Management Strategy. Ito ay pamamaraan upang matakdaan ang permanente at sukat ng kagubatan. Ito ay estratehiya ng pamahalaan upang maiwasan ang suliranin ng squatting, huwad at ilegal na pagpapatitulo ng lupa at pagpapalit gamit nito. Muli, ating isa-isahin ang mga batas at programa tungkol sa sektor ng agrikultura na may kinalaman sa una, pagsasaka o pagtatanim. Tinalakay natin ang pagtatayo ng bahay-ugnayan. Pangalawa, pagtatayo ng gulayan para sa mga magsasaka. Pangatlo, ang Pangulong Diosdado Macapagal Agrarian Reform Scholarship Program. At ang pang-apat, ang Kalahi Agrarian Reform Zones. Sa pangingisda naman, tinalakay natin ang una, pagpapatayo ng daungan. Pangalawa, ang Philippine Fisheries Code of 1998. At ang pangatlo, ang Fishery Research. At sa pagtutroso o paggugubat, nariyan ang Community Livelihood Assistance Program o CLASP, ang National Integrated Protected Area System o NIPAS, at ang Sustainable Forest Management Strategy. Bilang sagot sa ating isinagawang gawain kanina, napakahalaga ng mga batas at programa patungkol sa sektor ng agrikultura upang mapabuti ang kalagayan ng ating bansa. Ang mga mamamayan ang kumukonsumo ng likas na yaman at may malaking pananagutan. Huwag nating abusuhin at sirain ang mga likas na yaman upang makamit ang kaunlaran ng ating bansa. Dito na nagtatapos ang ating talakayan patungkol sa mga patakaran at programang pangkaunlaran sa sektor ng agrikultura tungkol sa pagsasaka, pangingisda at pagtotroso. Para makasiguro ako na kayo ay talagang nakinig at naunawaan ang ating talakayan, ay magkakaroon tayo ng maikling pagsusulit. Ihanda ng inyong ballpen at sagotang papel. Para sa ating pagsusulit ang maramihang pagpipilian, basahin at unawaing mabuti ang sumusunod na katanungan. Piliin at isulat lamang ang titik ng tamang sagot. Handa na ba kayo? Tara, simulan na natin. Para sa unang bilang, ano ang tawag sa pamamaraan upang matakdaan ang permanente at sukat ng kagubatan? Ano ang tawag sa pamamaraan upang matakdaan ang permanente at sukat ng kagubatan? A. Philippine Fisheries Code of 1998. B. National Integrated Protected Area System. C. Community Livelihood Assistance Program. O D. Sustainable Forest Management Strategy. Para naman sa ikalawang bilang, ito ay programa na ang pangunahing layunin ay maingatan at protektahan ang kagubatan. Ito ay programa na ang pangunahing layunin ay maingatan at protektahan ang kagubatan. A. Philippine Fisheries Code of 1998. B. National Integrated Protected Area System. C. Community Livelihood Assistance Program. O D. Sustainable Forest Management Strategy. Para naman sa ikatlong bilang, alin sa mga sumusunod ang hindi programang pangkabuhayan na sakop ng CARP 2003? Alin sa mga sumusunod ang hindi programang pangkabuhayan na sakop ng CARP 2003? A. Pagtatayo ng bahay ugnayan sa mga magsasaka. B. Pagtatayo ng gulayan sa mga magsasaka. C. Kalahi Agrarian Reform Zones. O D. Paglalagay ng community pantry sa mga kabayanan. Para naman sa ikaapat na bilang, ito ang batas na itinatadhana ng pamahalaan na limitahan at naglalayon ng wastong paggamit ng yamang pangisdaan. Ito ang batas na itinatadhana ng pamahalaan na limitahan at naglalayon ng wastong paggamit ng yamang pangisdaan. A. Philippine Fisheries Code of 1998. B. Fishery Research. C. MMK, ang malinis at masaganang karagatan. O D. Wala sa nabanggit. Para naman sa panglima at panghuling bilang, ang mga sumusunod ay mga patakaran at programa sa pangingisda maliban sa isa. Ang mga sumusunod ay mga patakaran at programa sa pangingisda maliban sa isa. A. Pagpapatayo ng mga daungan. B. Philippine Fisheries Code of 1998. C. Fishery Research. O D. National Integrated Protected Area System. Ngayon ay atin nang iwasto ang inyong mga kasagutan. Para sa unang bilang, Ano ang tawag sa pamamaraan upang matakdaan ang permanente at sukat ng kagubatan? Ang tamang sagot ay D. Sustainable Forest Management Strategy. Ikalawang bilang, ito ay programa na ang pangunahing layunin ay maingatan at protektahan ang kagubatan. Ang tamang sagot ay B. National Integrated Protected Areas System. Para naman sa ikatlong bilang, alin sa sumusunod ang hindi mga programang pangkabuhayan na sakop ng CARP 2003? Ang tamang sagot ay D. Paglalagay ng community pantry sa mga kabayanan. Para naman sa ikaapat na bilang, ito ang batas na itinatadhana ng pamahalaan na limitahan at naglalayon ng wastong paggamit ng yamang pangisdaan. Ang tamang sagot ay A. Philippine Fisheries Code of 1998. Para naman sa panglima at panghuling bilang, ang mga sumusunod ay mga patakaran at programa sa pangingisda maliban sa isa. Ang tamang sagot ay D. National Integrated Protected Areas System. Ilan ang nakuha niyong tamang sagot? 4? 5? Magaling! Masaya ko dahil sa inyong masigasig na pag-aaral. At doon naman sa hindi nakarami ng kanyang nakuhang score sa araw na ito, huwag mag-alala. May susunod pang pagtatalakay ang mga teacher broadcaster nyo sa economics. Isang paalala, maaaring ipasa ang nasagutang module sa itatakdang lugar, araw at oras ng pagsauli at pagkuha ng module ng inyong mga guro. Ang inyong mga magulang o guardian lamang ang maaaring magtungo sa lugar na sinabi sa pagpasa ng inyong mga sinagutang gawain. At sila ay inaasahang sumunod sa ating mga health protocols gaya ng pagsusot ng face mask, face shield, paghuhugas ng kamay, at physical distancing. Inaasahan ko na kayo ay maraming natutunan sa araw na ito. Muli, ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Baitang Siyang, Binibining April Hani Amy Locotones, broadcasting live mula dito sa bayan ng San Jose, Tarlac, na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Maraming salamat sa pakikinig at maging ligtas ang bawat isa. Hanggang sa muli!
Bahagi mo
Radyo Pilipino.
saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang Kabahagi Mo Radyo Pilipino. Napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com.
RadyoPilipino.com.
Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama katuwang Kapinoy.
Kabahagi Mo.
Kabahagi Mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Ipinamahagi kamakailan sa Capas Tarlac ang instructional materials na nagkakahalaga ng 3,000 piso. Tinatayang nasa 1,200 na guro ang nakinabang dito. Ang mga guro na ito ay mula sa pampublikong paaralan ng elementarya at high school sa buong bayan ng Capas. Ang ipinamahaging allowance para sa kanilang instructional materials ay katumbas ng 3 buwan para sa second quarter ng 2023. Ang instructional materials allowance ay isang tulong pinansyal na ibinibigay sa mga guro upang matugunan ang kanilang pangangailangan sa mga kagamitan sa pagtuturo, tulad ng mga libro, journals, creativity and productivity subscriptions, at iba pang materyales na makakatulong sa kanilang pagtuturo. Dagdag pa rito, nakatanggap din ang mga ito ng karagdagang 5,000 piso para sa kakulangan sa kanilang instructional materials allowance noong 2021. Ang isinagawang pamamahagi ng Instructional Materials Allowance ay parte ng adhikain ng LGU Capas na maitaas ang kalidad ng edukasyon sa bayan. Tatlong mini dump truck ang ipinamahagi kamakailan ng City Government of Tarlac sa 3 barangay sa syudad. Ang mga barangay na nakatanggap ay ang Barangay Kapehan, Maligaya at Villa Bacolod. Ang isinagawang pamamahagi ay pinangunahan ni Mayor Kirsty Angeles. Isa ito sa mga programa at hakbang ng pamahalaang lungsod ng Tarlac upang mapanatili ang malinis at maayos na kapaligiran at upang protektahan ang kalusugan ng bawat mamamayan sa syudad. Tinatayang 13 mini dump truck na ang naipamahagi sa syudad. Nagpaabot ng pagbati si Tarlac 1st District Congressman Jaime Cuangco para sa Tarlac Agricultural University. Nasungkit ng TAU ang rank 600 to 800 para sa overall ng 2023 Times Higher Education University Impact Rankings for Sustainable Development. Narito ang 4 na ranggo ng TAU Sustainable Development Goals. SDG 1 No Poverty, 301 to 400, SDG 2 Zero Hunger, 201 to 300, SDG 3 Gender Equality, 301 to 400, at SDG 17 Partnership for the Goals, 401 to 600. Ang Times Higher Education Impact Rankings ay ang nag-iisang performance tables na nag-a-assess sa mga universities alinsunod sa United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Masusi itong ina-assess sa pamamagitan ng mga indicators na nagbibigay ng mas malinaw na comparison sa 4 na areas: research, stewardship, outreach, at teaching.
Alam niyo ba na ang 2014 Philippine Basketball Marathon ay ang pinakamahabang basketball match ayon sa Guinness World of Records? Ang laro ay naganap mula March 24 hanggang March 29, 2014 sa Meralco Gym sa Pasig at tumagal ng 120 hours. Ang marathon na ito ay isang fundraising event para sa mga biktima ng bagyong Yolanda. Alam niyo na, yan ang longest basketball match.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC.
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Hello and good afternoon, learners. TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTZ 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac and on RTV Tarlac FB Live. I am Resurrection I. Mayo, your teacher broadcaster for TLE9 ICT Computer System Servicing from Tarlac National High School, Maine, broadcasting live here at Herona, Tarlac. How are you today, dear learners? I hope you are full of enthusiasm for another learning journey today. Are you prepared for today's lesson? If yes, that's a good jump start. Do you know why? One of the Chinese proverbs about learning is, teachers can open the door, but you must enter it yourself. So my dear learners, sit back in a comfortable place wherein you can watch and see me clearly for you to understand our lesson and enjoy these moments of learning. Before we begin, please have your learning materials with you, your modules, paper, pen, activity notebook, and your learning activity sheets. If you have questions or any doubts in the future about lesson matters, feel free to send me a message at 0968 465 1648. But before we proceed to the lesson proper, let's have a short recap of our previous lesson about methods of connecting wire. Our activity is entitled, What Am I? In this activity, you will be given a picture of wire connection method and then you're going to name it and give a little description. Are you ready? Yes, of course. I know you're ready. Alright, let's start with picture number 1. Can you name this wire connection method? What's about this description? Very good. The answer is soldering. It is a joining process used to join different types of metals together. For the next picture, what is this? Great job! The answer is push-in wire connectors. It is the best option if you have to connect multiple wires at once. How about this picture? If your answer is tap it together or tapping, then you are correct. It is a method that begins by twisting the wire strand together and finishing off by applying electrical tape around the twisted part for insulation. For the last picture, what wire connection method is this? If your answer is quick splice connector, you are amazing. It is a method where you simply insert the wires on both ends without cutting the insulation and push down the pins. Did you get all the correct answers? Wonderful, grade 9 learners. I am glad that you still remember the different methods in connecting wires. Now, I know that you can already connect electrical wires by using the different methods anytime. For today's lesson, let's have a warm-up activity. This activity is called picture comparison. All you need to do is to take a look at the two images and make a comparison. Choose between the two technicians who observe safety precautions. Write your answers on your activity notebook. Which of the two technicians observed safety precautions? If your answer is image B, you got it. Between the two technicians, the technician in image B observes safety precaution because he is using gloves while working. Actually, this activity has something to do with our lesson today. And before we formally begin, let me give you our lesson objectives. First, describe some hazards that can be encountered by a computer technician. Second, list down the protective personal equipment for computer technicians. Third, Identify the basic safety precautions when working on a computer system and network. Fourth, follow the ways in conducting preventive maintenance. And fifth, appreciate the importance of knowing the occupational health and safety procedures in network maintenance. Now, here we go. Let's define hazard and safety guidelines. A hazard is similar to danger, risk, threat, and accident. In the computer and network field, it is anything that produces adverse effects to anyone or to any equipment. And when we say safety guidelines, safety is the state of being protected from potential harm. Guideline means a piece of advice. In short, safety guidelines are advices or recommendations that can be followed to prevent injury to people and damage to our computer system and network. My dear learners, today's discussion will be focused on the hazards that you may encounter while working with computer and networks, and on the different ways to prevent the hazards. Let's start with the hazards. The most common hazards in the field are physical hazard, mechanical hazard, chemical hazard, and electrical hazard. Let me give you an example for each kind of hazard. For physical hazard, the most common encountered by technicians is cables running across on the floor. Someone may trip, fall, and hurt himself. For mechanical hazard, someone might stick his hand in a printer and suddenly the paper feed arm moves, feeding not only paper through the printer but a piece of his finger too. For chemical hazard, cleaning chemicals can be harmful, especially if they are accidentally swallowed, get on bare skin, or get in eyes. And an example for electrical hazard, if someone has direct or indirect electrical contact with energized conductor or equipment, electric current may pass through the body. Now, let's see the most common personal protective equipments to use to prevent these hazards. Let's begin with the protection for the eye. Goggles. Goggles are the best devices that may protect eyes from hazards caused by dust, sparks, and even light radiation. We can also use face shield as secondary protection to safety goggles. It is useful when great impact resistance occurs. For the hands and arm protection, gloves and an anti-static wrist strap are useful. Gloves are used when there are hazards like harmful substances that can be absorbed by the skin, severe cuts or scratches, and chemical burns. An anti-static wrist strap helps to prevent the buildup of static electricity. But when working with a huge task in the field, you may consider other PPEs like safety shoes for foot and leg protection, which equalizes the electrical potential between you and the ground. Another PPE that can be useful is helmet. It can protect your head from threats on falling objects and electrocution. And lastly, if there is excessive noise, earmuffs is very helpful. It reduces the risk of hearing loss. Just make sure that it is worn properly. My dear learners, please bear in mind that we need to consider the kind and degree of hazard when selecting PPEs. We should also make sure that we are comfortable with the PPEs that we have chosen for us to function well. Okay, are you still with me, my dear learners? I hope you are. Aside from the PPEs that you may use to prevent the hazards, you may also observe the following basic safety precautions. First, remove your watch and jewelry. Why do you need to do this? You have to remove them because they are often made of conductive metals, which, aside from passively damaging components by striking them, could also short-circuit pieces of your computer or transmit damaging amounts of static electricity. Second, turn off the power and unplug equipment before performing service. This is to avoid electrical shock and to prevent damage to the computer. If the machine powers up while plugging in a component, components and motherboard may sustain critical damage, and there's a tendency that processors will overheat without its heatsink attached. Third, never open a power supply. Why? Because it contains capacitor that holds enough charge to stop the human heart. Fourth, cover sharp edges inside a computer case with tape. The metal in a computer case can be very sharp and cause cuts. These cuts can cause serious infections. Fifth, do not touch areas in printers that are hot or that use high voltage. Laser printers use high voltage to heat up the fusing unit in order to fuse the toner to the paper. Areas around the fusing unit contract excessive heat and electrical power, which could cause burns or deadly electrical shock. 6. Know where the fire extinguisher is located and how to use it. For you to use it properly, use the past mnemonics, which stands for pull the pin, aim at the base of the fire, squeeze the handle, and sweep from side to side. 7th, keep food and drinks out of your workspace. Why is it necessary to keep food and drinks away? Because having food and drinks in the work area can cause spills and debris that create hazards for you or for the equipment. 8. Keep your workspace clean and free of clutter. Having a clean environment make you feel better to work and become more productive. 9th, bend your knees when lifting heavy objects to avoid injuring your back. Improper lifting items which are too heavy or bulky can cause permanent damage to your back. Next, place and secure cables. Unsecured cables can cause tripping hazards in a network installation. Cables should be installed in a conduit or cable trays to prevent hazards, just like the pictures that you see on the slide. And last but not the least, wear safety glasses. Always wear safety glasses when working with pieces and cables. Anytime a potential eye hazard is present. Alright, so those are the safety precautions that we should always remember when working. Now, let us pause for a while and answer the following question. Why do we need to know these basic safety guidelines? Of course, we need to know these basic safety guidelines to protect ourselves from accident and injury, as well as to protect equipment from damage. So, since we already discussed some personal protective equipments to use and basic safety precautions to follow when working, it's time to know on how to conduct preventive maintenance to our computer and network components. But before we proceed, I would like you to study the following scenarios and try to answer the following question. Scenario number 1. You and your parent went to a superstore in your place. Your parent bought you a new mobile phone to aid you in your study. The sales lady cautioned you about charging the mobile phone. She said, "To make your phone battery last longer, do not drain the battery and do not overcharge it. Do not charge it unattended." Scenario number 2. When you went home with your new mobile phone, you charged it right away. 1. Your close friend went to your house and attended to him, leaving your mobile phone unattended in the corner while charging. You and 1 were busy chatting and did not notice the blackout of electric power. And then, boom! Your mobile phone exploded. You went right away to the service center to repair it. So the question is, which of the scenario talks about preventing something bad from happening? If your answer is scenario number 1, you are correct. Why scenario number 1? It is scenario number 1 because the sales lady warned you not to drain or overcharge the battery. She also mentioned not to charge the phone unattended. So, to prevent something bad from happening just like in the scenario, you need to be careful, follow the guidelines, and you may also conduct preventive maintenance to your computer system and network. However, how will you do that? First, conduct a systematic inspection. You need to check whether all parts are in good condition and working properly. If not, you may replace the worn parts, materials, or systems. Second, conduct a regular cleaning. This may depend on the needs of the equipment. For example, a device exposed to a dusty environment, such as a construction site, will need more maintenance when compared to an office environment. And third, upgrade certain hardware or software, such as a hard drive that is making noise, upgrading insufficient memory, and installing new software updates for security and reliability. Now, let's think about this. What do you think will happen if you do not perform that preventive maintenance? For not having preventive maintenance, it could result to poor data protection, short life of device, unstable equipment, higher repair costs, and high equipment failure. So, to sum it up, in order to reduce the probability of hardware and software problems in our computer system and network, do not forget to conduct preventive maintenance. My dear learners, we are now done with the lesson. At this point, let's do an activity to further assess your understanding on the topics. Please get your pen and a piece of paper or your activity notebook. And for those who are participating via Facebook Live, you may type your answer in the comment section. Direction. List down the PPEs you can identify in the picture. The image shows the network technicians in action. You may now begin. The network technicians are wearing PPEs such as helmet, face shield, and safety gloves. I hope you have the same answers as mine. Next, it's just a 5-item true or false. I'll read the statements twice, and you have 5 seconds to think and answer each item. Item number 1. To avoid an electrical shock, turn off computer before beginning a repair. Again, to avoid an electrical shock, turn off computer before beginning a repair. If your answer is true, you are correct. Next, item number 2. It is essential to make maintenance plans in maintaining computer system. Again, it is essential to make maintenance plans in maintaining computer system. If your answer is true, it's a great job. For item number 3, follow the basic safety guidelines to prevent electrical shock. Follow the basic safety guidelines to prevent electrical shock. If your answer is true, you got it. For item number 4, touch the ends of any type of cable with bare skin. Again, touch the ends of any type of cable with bare skin. If your answer is false, very good. And for the last item, item number 5, disconnect the attached power cords to avoid personal injury or equipment damage. Again, disconnect the attached power cords to avoid personal injury or equipment damage. If your answer is true, excellent! So, how was your score? If your score is 5/5, you are amazing. If your score is 3 or 4, that's good. And if your score is lower than 3, that's okay. Just smile and say, I will do better next time. It's a great job, grade 9 learners. We have successfully done another lesson today. For further understanding, you may read your modules again. Before we finally end our session, I would like to give you a strong concentration hats off for being focused during our discussion, and a great persistence hats off for having a great determination in learning today. Thank you, grade 9 learners, for listening and watching. Please keep on tuning in to Aral TarlakHenyo on RTV Tarlac Channel 26 and on RTV DZTZ 808 Radio Filipino Tarlac. Again, I am Resurrection Aymayo, your TLE teacher broadcaster this afternoon, saying, be humble, be teachable, and keep learning. Because in TLE, we aim for knowledge, skills, and progress. Until next time, have a great day.
Bahagi mo.
Radyo Pilipino.
Saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang Kabahagi Mo Radyo Pilipino. Napapakinggan on air, and online, sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com.
RadyoPilipino.com.
Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy.
Kabahagi Mo.
Kabahagi Mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Ipinamahagi kamakailan sa Capas Tarlac ang instructional materials na nagkakahalaga ng 3,000 piso. Tinatayag na sa 1,200 na guro ang nakinabang dito. Ang mga guro na ito ay mula sa pampublikong paaralan ng elementarya at high school sa buong bayan ng Capas. Ang ipinamahaging allowance para sa kanilang instructional materials ay katumbas ng 3 buwan para sa second quarter ng 2023. Ang instructional materials allowance ay isang tulong pinansyal na ibinibigay sa mga guro upang matugunan ang kanilang pangangailangan sa mga kagamitan sa pagtuturo, tulad ng mga libro, journals, creativity and productivity subscriptions at iba pang materyales na makakatulong sa kanilang pagtuturo. Dagdag pa rito, nakatanggap din ang mga ito ng karagdagang 5,000 piso para sa kakulangan sa kanilang instructional materials allowance noong 2021. Ang isinagawang pamamahagi ng instructional materials allowance ay parte ng adhikain ng LGU Capas na maitaas ang kalidad ng edukasyon sa bayan. Tatlong mini dump truck ang ipinamahagi kamakailan ng City Government of Tarlac sa 3 barangay sa syudad. Ang mga barangay na nakatanggap ay ang Barangay Kapehan, Maligaya at Villa Bacolor. Ang isinagawang pamamahagi ay pinangunahan ni Mayor Kirsty Angeles. Isa ito sa mga programa at hakbang ng pamahalaang lungsod ng Tarlac upang mapanatili ang malinis at maayos na kapaligiran at upang protektahan ang kalusugan ng bawat mamamayan sa syudad. Tinatayang 13 mini dump truck na ang naipamahagi sa syudad. Nagpaabot ng pagbati si Tarlac 1st District Congressman Jaime Cuangco para sa Tarlac Agricultural University. Nasungkit ng TAU ang rank 600 to 800 para sa overall ng 2023 Times Higher Education University Impact Rankings for Sustainable Development. Narito ang 4 na ranggo ng TAU Sustainable Development Goals. SDG 1 No Poverty, 301 to 400, SDG 2 Zero Hunger, 201 to 300, SDG 3 Gender Equality, 301 to 400, at SDG 17 Partnership for the Goals, 401 to 600. Ang Times Higher Education Impact Rankings ay ang nag-iisang performance tables na nag-a-assess sa mga universities alinsunod sa United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Masusi itong ina-assess sa pamamagitan ng mga indicators na nagbibigay ng mas malinaw na comparison sa 4 na areas: research, stewardship, outreach, at teaching.
Alam niyo ba na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid,
Aral TarlakHenyo,
Sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828,
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
Mula rito sa Purok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
sa bayan ng Capas Tarlac.
ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Good afternoon, Tarlac Province and Grade 9 learners. Broadcasting live here at the Municipality of Gerona. This is Aral TarlakHenyo, a school on-the-air program here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DZTC Radio Filipino 828. You can also watch us live via our Facebook page at RTV Tarlac and Channel 100 for Converge Cable subscribers. As we overcome the challenges brought about by the pandemic, DEPED Tarlac Province turns these challenges to opportunities. I am your teacher broadcaster, Ma'am Eileen Grace Santos, and I will be giving you an exciting and fun-filled learning experience in Physical Education 9. Before we begin our session today, may I just give you some reminders and study tips for a wonderful and meaningful learning experience. Find and be in a place where you feel comfortable, far from noise and distraction. Bring with you your pen, a clean sheet of paper, and your activity sheet. Practice honesty in doing your activities. And please pay your full attention during our discussion. If you have questions or clarifications, feel free to send us your message through the comments section in our FB Live, or you may ask your math teachers. Refrain from posting unnecessary comments in the comments section in our FB Live. This program is monitored by the DEPED Tarlac Province. Today, we shall continue our adventure in Physical Education 9. At the end of our session, you should be able to discuss nature and background of outdoor recreational activities. To begin our lesson today, let us see how much you remember about your previous lesson with Ma'am Jocelyn. Follow the activity on page 1 of your learning activity sheet. Are you ready? Can you recall that leisure time activities are done within the premises of home or inside a building? Correct! These are the indoor recreational activities. Have you tried indoor activities with your family during quarantine? Great! It's one of the best ways we can turn challenges of the pandemic into opportunities to bond with our family. Let's proceed. Pictures of indoor activities will be flashed on screen. Try to identify what activities are shown. For those who are listening on air, try to identify as the activities are described. Feel free to use our comment box if you are watching via FB Live. Are you ready? Then let's begin. This is item number 2 of the pre-assessment activity. We have here some feathers or shuttlecock, rockets, and a figure of a man smashing the shuttlecock. What sport is this? If you answered badminton, you are correct. It is a sport where players hit the shuttlecock across a net. Let's move on to the next item. Flashed on the screen is a picture of Eliza Valdez holding a ball. It is a picture taken during the 2022 SEA Games and an indoor court. What sport is this where players hit the ball across a high net? You got it! Volleyball it is. Philippines ranked 4 during the 31st SEA Games last May of this year. For the next item, we have pins, gloves, and balls. What is this indoor activity? If your answer is bowling, you are correct. The objective of the game is to knock down the bowling pins. The player who knocks down more pins will win the game. For our last item, we have a table and a racket held at forehand. What indoor sport is this? Did you answer table tennis? Excellent! You seem to have learned a lot from Ma'am Josima's broadcast. Today, let us continue our adventure with recreational activities. Let's talk about outdoor recreational activities, its nature, and the benefits we get out of it. Outdoor recreation refers to the leisure time activities that take place in natural settings outside the homes and buildings. Can you think of activities enjoyed outdoors? By merely thinking of these activities and imagining that you are enjoying the breeze of air surely gives you that fresh feeling. Let's look at some examples of these activities. When it comes to adventure and recreation, we need not to go very far places. Tarlac Province can offer the wonders of its nature for a wide range of outdoor recreation or adventure. Tarlac Recreational Park, which is located at San Jose, is a recreational complex that offers vast oval track where you can run for aerobic fitness. Running is a classic outdoor sport and one of the best for building endurance, stamina, and muscular fitness while burning calories. The TRP Lagoon is a spot where you can go for fishing or kayaking. Kayaking is a tranquil mode of enjoying waterscapes. The uphill and downhill landscapes of the park can be a nice cycling track. Cycling is also known as biking or bicycling. Cyclists are the people who engage in cycling. They ride bicycles for leisure or as sport, which consists of professional and amateur races. You may also swim in its Olympic-sized pool. Swimming keeps your heart rate up, but takes away some of the impact stress of your body. The activities presented are only few of the many outdoor activities. Participation sports like football, archery, rowing, skateboarding, and the like are also examples of outdoor recreational activities. Have you ever experienced hiking? If yes, try to recall your experience as we wander in an adventure through this lesson. If not yet, get ready and let the adventure begin. Hiking is going on an extended walk for the purpose of pleasure and exercise. It involves walking within a natural environment, often in mountainous or other scenic terrain. Are you imagining a hike? Watching the sunrise, the sea of clouds, and the beauty of nature gives us that fresh, relaxing feeling. Now, do you see yourself going on a hike? When planning for a hike, it is best to remember the following tips. Number 1, avoid hiking alone. It is safer to travel in groups when hiking. Avoid staying away from the group during the hike. Number 2, Make sure that others know where you are going and the day when you will return. Your family or people in your household should be informed so they will know what to do in case of emergency. Number 3, make sure that you walk on the marked trails. Secure a map in your backpack for navigation. Number 4, carry with you a rain gear and turn back if there is a bad weather. Do not take the risk if there is a bad weather forecast. Number 5, dress appropriately depending on the weather condition in the place of the activity. That is why you need to pick a hiking destination beforehand for you to be aware of the distance and the estimated time to cover the distance. Number 6, carry enough water to keep you hydrated. Stream water is not always safe to drink. Number 7, bring a cell phone with you. You should keep your lines of communication open. And number 8, be reminded of the leave no trace principles. First, plan ahead and prepare. Second, travel and camp on durable places or surfaces. Third, dispose waste properly. Fourth, leave what you find. Fifth, minimize campfire impacts. Sixth, respect wildlife. And lastly, be considerate of other visitors. Those tips will help you in achieving a fulfilling and safe hiking experience. At this point, I want you to turn your learner's activity sheet on page 2. Let's try to answer activity number 2. Let us read the directions together. Pick the important things to bring when going on a hike. Choose from the options inside the box. Can you follow? I will give you 1 minute to work on the activity, and the timer starts now. Are you done? Let's check your answers. Take note that one correct answer is equivalent to 1 point, and your answers can be in any order. Let's begin with the map. Is a map important in a hike? Good. A map may spare us from getting lost. What about a fire starter? Do we need to pack a fire starter? Correct! It is important to bring it. It can be used for illumination and in cooking. Next item is water. Is water essential during the hike? Excellent! It is important for hydration. Remember that stream water is not always safe. What about a rain jacket? Do we need it on a hike? You are right. It is essential for our protection. Another item is a folding chair. Should we carry one on a hike? No, it is not necessary to bring a folding chair on a hike. We should pack as light as possible. What about a laptop? Great! We don't need to bring a laptop. Again, we need to pack as light as possible. Next, is it smart to bring food and tent? If you pick food and tent, then you are correct. Food is our energy source and tent is for an emergency shelter. What about a gas stove? Do we need to bring a gas stove on a hike? Correct! We don't need it. We cannot travel light with the gas stove on or in our backpack. Next items are the sunscreen and first aid kit. You should have picked these items for our skin protection and safety during the hike. What else are essential items that we should bring on a hike? Excellent! The blanket and flashlight are both essential. How well did you do in our activity? Count the number of correct items you got. Did you get a perfect score? That's excellent. If you scored 7 to 9, very good. If you got 5 to 6, good job. And if you scored less, please review the things we need to remember before and while hiking for you to enjoy and be safe during a hike. For the next activity, let's check how much you learned from today's lesson. Turn the page of your learning activity sheet to page 3. Look at activity number 4. Can you see it? Let us read the directions. Read the following statements carefully. Write T if the statement is true, and write F if the statement is false. Write your answers on the space provided for. Learners, I will be reading each of the statements once, and you will be given 5 seconds to answer each item. Let's begin. Number 1. Kayaking is a tranquil mode of enjoying the mountains. What is your answer? The correct answer is false. Kayaking is enjoyed on waterscapes and not on mountains. Number 2. Hiking is going on an extended walk for the purpose of pleasure and exercise. Did you answer true? Then you get it right. Hiking is an extended walk for pleasure and exercise. Number 3. Outdoor recreational activity. The correct answer is true. Outdoor recreational activities bring us close to nature and give us time to relax. Number 4. For your clothing, wear cotton fabric instead of dry fit fabric because it takes time to dry. Did you answer false? You are correct, because dry fit fabrics are actually easier to dry. Number 5. Before going on an outdoor activity, make sure to research your target destination. The statement is correct. Knowing who to travel with and where will you travel should be a part of planning. Number 6. When going on a hike, use a climbing checklist to help you decide what to bring. What is your answer? If your answer is true, then you are correct. It is best to prepare a checklist so as not to forget something essential for the hike. I hope you are still there, learners. Number 7. Outdoor recreational activity offers cardiovascular fitness. True. Is it correct? Did you get the answer right? Outdoor recreational activity keeps our heart and lungs healthy. Number 8. Checking the weather forecast will help us decide whether we go on with hiking or not. What did you answer? Yes, the statement is true. Consider the weather, and it is safe not to continue if the weather is bad. Number 9. It is important to practice the leave no trace principles by picking up after your trash and bringing them home with you. The correct answer is true. One of the 7 principles of leave no trace is picking up your trash and bringing them home. It is a way of respecting and caring for our environment. For our last item, number 10. Being physically fit is one of the most important things to consider when you participate in an outdoor recreational activity. What is your answer? You are correct if you answered true. Be sure that you are physically fit and your body can endure the challenge of the outdoor activity. It is a mistake to ignore what your body tells you. If you are not feeling well, it is safe to reschedule the activity. How many correct answers did you get? You are an excellent learner if you got a perfect score. If you got 7 to 9 points, very good. 5 to 6 points, good. And if you got a score lesser than 5, you can go back and review the salient points of this lesson. Let us sum up the lesson on outdoor recreational activities. We described outdoor recreational activities as leisure time activities done in natural settings outside the premises of homes and buildings. Examples of outdoor recreational activities are kayaking, running, cycling, swimming, and other sports like soccer, football, rowing, and the like. For us to be ready and safe for hiking, remember the following. Avoid hiking alone. Don't keep your hiking activity a secret. Walk on the marked trail and avoid wandering away from it. Carry your safety essentials like the first aid and other survival kits. Dress appropriately. Carry enough water. Keep your communication lines open. Some health benefits of recreational activities are the following. They help us manage our stress and offer us a holistic health. They give us feeling of relaxation and they help us keep a balance in our daily routine. I hope you all had a great time and gained too much or so much knowledge from our lesson. Remember to strike balance in life. Exercise and recreation are as important as reading. If we are healthy, we are always ready to adapt and overcome the pandemic. This is the last episode for Physical Education 9. Thank you, learners, for tuning in. I would like to thank Ma'am Dalen Ayroy for this opportunity. To our principal, Dr. Nelly A. Bulusan, for the support. To Sir Ramil and Ma'am Mary Ann of Victoria National High School for the advice. To Dr. Joanne Condes, my language editor. To my Corazon C. Aquino High School family for your confidence in me. Ma'am Pauline and Ma'am Jem, thank you so much. To my son, Noah, you are Mommy's inspiration. To my division dance group partner, Joselito Cayabyab, who is now resting in the arms of the Lord, you are loved and we will miss you. This has been your teacher broadcaster, Ma'am Irene Grace Santos. Thank you for watching and listening. Let's all be healthy and God bless.
Travel to Herona and see how big North Shine has grown.
Doon ho sa bayan ho namin, nakilala ho kami dahil sa North Shine. Nakita man yun, dati ho, parol capital ho kami dati ng Tarlac.
Bahagi mo.
Radyo Pilipino.
Saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, ano mang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo.
Kabahagi mo.
Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino. Sumasahimpapawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYN 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozami, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo, Radio Filipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com.
RadioPilipino.com.
Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama katuwang Kapinoy.
Kabahagi mo.
Kabahagi mo. Radio Pilipino. Radio Pilipino. 1 FM. 1 FM. This is your one.
My only one.
One lang yan.
The only one. 1 FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one, your only one, your only one FM. Your only one FM.
Magandang hapon po sa lahat ng taga-subaybay ng ating Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, dito sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. At sa bayang napapakinggan sa DZTC Radyo Pilipino 828 AM Radio. At napapanood via Converge TV, Channel 100, FB Live sa FB page ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, at sa FB page ng DEPED tayo, Tarlac Province. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Ako po ang inyong segment host, Sir Harold G. Giam, ang President ng Division Association of Social Studies Leaders and Educators, isang kasalo enthusiast at AP leader ng Mababanaba National High School. Ngayong hapong ito ay mapalad tayong makasama ang isang panelist na napakahusay at napakasipag na Head Teacher 6 ng Tarlac National High School Main, isang kasalo enthusiast, walang iba kundi si Sir Jomar J. Bansifra. Ang inyo pong pagbati sa ating mga taga-subaybay, Sir J.
Salamat Sir Harold. Isang pagbati ng kapayapaan sa lahat ng mga mag-aaral sa aking mga kapwa-guro, mga magulang at sa lahat ng taga-subaybay ng napakabuluhang programang ito.
Maraming salamat, Sir J. Siyempre, makakasama rin po natin ang first time ko siya actually na maging panel. Ang masipag at maaasahan na araling panlipunan leader ng Buenlag National High School. Isa rin po siyang kasalo enthusiast, Sir Raymond Dagdag. Sir, ang inyong pagbati.
Salamat, Sir Harold. Isang mapagpalang hapon po sa ating lahat. Sa lahat po ng ating mga taga-subaybay sa radyo, sa Facebook, at sa lahat po ng nanonood sa kanilang mga telebisyon. Magandang hapon po.
Muli po, magandang hapon po, Sir Jay and Sir Raymond. Welcome po sa ating Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, sa Division Virtual Project Kasalo sa Radio. Bago po tayo magsimula sa ating paksa ngayong hapon, nais ko rin pong batiin ang lahat ng mga nanonood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at ang mga nakikinig sa DZTC Radyo Pilipino 828 AM Radio. Tatalakayin natin at pag-uusapan para sa episode na ito ng Asalo sa Radyo ang kasaysayan ng bayan ng Ramos. Ayan, I think very interesting to ngayong episode na to. So simulan natin ang kasaysayan ng bayan ng Ramos. Gaya ng ibang bayan ng Tarlac, ang Ramos ay isa ring natatanging bayan sa lalawigan. Sa bayang ito nagsimula ang isang pinuno ng isang region de veterano ni General Francisco Macabulos. So sisimulan natin ang ating talakayan sa kinaroroonan ng bayan ng Ramos. Saan nga ba ito makikita, Sir Jay?
Isang napakagandang katanungan, Sir Harold. Ang bayan ng Ramos ay kabilang sa mga 10 bayan na bumubuo sa unang distrito ng Tarlac. Ito ay makikita sa bahaging hilagang silangan ng lalawigan ng Tarlac. Napaliligiran ito ng bayan ng Anaw sa Hilaga, ng Paniki sa Kanluran, ng bayan ng Gimba sa Nueva Ecija sa hilagang silangan, ng bayan ng Pura sa timog silangan, at ng Herona sa timog. Ang kabuang sukat ng bayan ng Ramos ay tinatayang nasa 24.40 square kilometers o may katumbas na 9.42 square miles. Dahilan para kilalanin ito bilang pangalawang pinakamaliit na bayan ng lalawigan ng Tarlac.
Ayan, thank you Sir Jay. Malit lang pala no ang bayan ng Ramos kumpara sa ibang mga bayan na ating natalakay kasi natalakay natin ang Concepcion, Bamban, Capas. So dito, paano naman kaya nakuha ang kasalukuyang pangalan ng Ramos at paano ito natatag na bayan, Sir Raymond?
Salamat Sir Harold. Ang bayan ng Ramos, katulad ng ibang bayan sa Tarlac at sa ibang bayan sa Pilipinas, ay may kanya-kanyang sariling pinagmulan. So, masasabi ko na ang Ramos nga ay nagmula sa bayan ng Paniki o ito ay dating sakop at baryo ng bayan ng Paniki. Ang unang pangalan nga na ibinigay dito ay Bani. Halos kapangalan ito nung isang bayan sa Pangasinan, yung sa Bani, Pangasinan. Ito ay hango sa pangalan ng isang puno na nung unang panahon ay sagana sa lugar at ang punong ito ay maituturing na halamang gamot para sa maraming tao. Ito ay makikita sa mga gilid ng sapa noon ng inirangan. Di ko lang alam kung ang inirangan ngayon ay makikita pa sa lugar kasi sa haba ng panahon, maaaring ito ay naging lupain na. Pero maaaring mayroon pang mga puno na nasa gilid ng inirangan na puno ng Bani. At ayon nga sa pagsasalaysay ni Saide sa kanyang aklat na Kasaysayang Lokal ng Tarlac, noong unang panahon ay may dalawang uri ng puno ng Bani na tumutubo sa lugar. Sa mga Ilocano, tinatawag nila yun na yung unang klase o unang uri ay yung tinatawag nilang Bani Titao or in Tagalog or Filipino, yung tinatawag nilang Bani ng Tao. At yung pangalawa, sa Ilocano, tinatawag nila ito na Bani Tinwang or in Filipino, that is Bani ng Kalabaw. Ayon sa ilang pananaliksik, ang halamang bani ay nakagagamot ng iba't ibang uri ng sakit katulad ng rayuma, dyspepsia sa may tiyan. Pwede rin ito makagamot ng eksema, ng almoranas at marami pang ibang uri ng sakit. At sa kadahilanang ito ay sagana sa lugar, pinangalanan ito ng mga tao na Bani mula 1878 hanggang December 31 ng 1920. Kaya ito ay tinawag na Bani ng mga tao kasi ang mga unang taong tumira sa Ramos ay nagmula pa sa iba't ibang bayan ng Pangasinan. Ito ay ang mga bayan ng Bayambang, Malasiki at San Carlos nga sa Pangasinan. Kaya sa kasalukuyan, sa bayan ng Paniki at Ramos na magkatabi, marami sa mga tao dito ang nagsasalita pa rin ng wikang Pangasinan o mga Pangasinense at Ilocano. At noong Enero 1, 1921 o January 1, 1921, ang pangalang Bani nga ay pinalitan ng Ramos bilang alaala noon sa taong nagsulong at nagtatag ng baryo ng Bani. At ipinangalan din ito, nagkataon na magkaapelyedo yung taong nagtatag ng baryo ng Bani sa unang gobernador na nag-aproba na gawing bayan ang Bani. At ito nga ay si Don Alfonso Ramos kung saan hinango yung pangalang Ramos sa kasalukuyan. Yun, Sir Harold.
Okay, so napaka-comprehensive ng pagpapaliwanag ni Sir Raymond, no? Sa apelido pa lang talaga ng mga kilalang hinango ang pangalan ng kasalukuyang bayan ng Ramos. So paano naman dumami ang tao sa bayang ito na umabot sa 22,879 noong 2020? Paano sila namuhay sa lugar na ito na at ano-ano ang ilan sa mga kanilang mga paniniwala, Sir Jay?
Gaya nga ng nabanggit ng aking kapwa-panelist, Sir Harold, na si Sir Raymond, ang mga unang tao sa bayang ito ay nagmula pa sa bayan ng Pangasinan tulad ng Bayambang, Malasiki at San Carlos. dumami ang mga tao dahil sa nagsidatingan na rin sa lugar yung mga Ilocano mula sa Ilocos Norte, sa Ilocos Sur at sa Zambales na itinaon yung pagdating nila sa panahon ng anihan ng mga produkto. Ang mga pangunahing ikinabubuhay ng mga naninirahan sa bayan ng Ramos ay ang pagsasaka at pangingisda. Dahil na rin sa kagandahan ng lupa na naaangkop sa agrikultura, sila ay nagtatanim ng palay, ng tubo, mais, sitaw, kamatis at iba pang mga gulay. Ang iba naman sa kanila ay pangingisda ang ikinabubuhay dahil sagana sa katubigan ang lugar. Kung ang pag-uusapan naman natin ay relihiyon, Katolisismo ang pinakalaganap na relihiyon noon sa bayan ng Ramos. Ang ilan sa mga sinaunang kaugalian ay ang mga sumusunod. Una, sila ay nag-aatang o nag-aalay ng pagkain upang matanggal ang anumang sakit ng kasapi ng pamilya. Isa rin sa mga sinaunang kaugalian ng mga naninirahan sa Ramos ay yung koskosib. Ito ay isang uri ng pamisa o dasal na ginagawa ng mga Ilocano bago magtanim sa buwan ng Mayo at bago ang anihan. Meron rin silang tinatawag na pasukal o isang uri ito ng pasasalamat para sa magandang ani. Dahil naninirahan ako malapit sa bayan ng Ramos, kinalakhan ko rin yung isa sa mga sinaunang kaugalian nila. Ito yung pagsasabi ng kayo-kayo apo o kaya yung tabi-tabi po. Ito ay karaniwang sinasabi namin tuwing dumaraan sa mga puno o kaya masusupal na lugar upang hindi masaktan ang mga espiritu at hindi gumanti. Hanggang sa kasalukuyang panahon, may ilan pa rin sa atin yung gumagawa at naniniwala sa paniniwalang ito. Isa pa sa kanilang sinaunang paniniwala ay yung daldalyot. Ito ay isang awit na karaniwang ginagawa kapag may lamay upang ipaalala ang mga kabutihang nagawa ng taong namayapa. Gayon din ang kansyonan. Ito yung uri ng debate sa musika at panulaan na isinasagawa tuwing may pista ng mga Pangasinense. Ito ay inaawit ng salitaan ng mga lalaki na may tugma at sinasaliwan ng utibeng na maaari nating maihalin tulad sa isang ukulele, Sir Harold.
Okay, so maraming salamat, Sir Jay. Masasalamin nga sa mga nabanggit ni Sir Jay ang iba't ibang kaugalian ng mga sinaunang residente ng Ramos na pinaghalong Ilocano at Pangasinense. Sir Raymond, may mga pamahiin yung accent. May mga pamahiin o ibang paniniwala ba ang mga mamamayan ng Ramos?
Yes, Sir Harold, hindi yun na itatanong. Ako ay isang Ilocano na nagmula din sa Kuyapo, nakatabi halos ng Ramos. Lalampasan mo lang yung Nampikwan, tapos Kuyapo na. Tapos lumaki din ako sa Pangasinan. Kaya masasabi ko yung mga paniniwala nila at mga pamahiin na nabanggit ni Sir Jomar kanina, ito ay nakikita ko pa rin sa kasalukuyan sa aming lugar sa Kuyapo. Yung katanungan mo, sir, kung may ibang paniniwala pa ba ang mga taga-Ramos, meron pa. Marami pa silang mga paniniwala at ito ay masasalamin sa kanilang mga kaugalian, sa kanilang pang-araw-araw na buhay. Ilan sa kanilang mga pamahiin nga ay yung tinatawag nila, yung sinabi ni Sir Jay kanina, yung pag-aatang. Atang is sa Ilocano, atang in Tagalog, that is pag-aalay ng pagkain. Nung ako ay nasa Nueva Ecija pa nga, naglalagay kami bago kami magtanim. Nagkakatay kami ng manok, nilalagay namin sa pinagbiyak na nyog. Tapos may yung niluto na malagkit. Yun, parang mga ganong bagay ba na pag-aalay. O sa Ilocano nga, ito ay tinatawag nilang atang. Meron din ginagawa rin ng pag-aatang para nga matanggal yung mga sakit na parang iginanti ng mga espiritu dahil sa hindi nga tayo nagsabi ng kayo-kayo apo sa Ilocano or tabi-tabi po sa Tagalog. Pangalawang paniniwala pa nila ay yung pagdadala ng dalawang bata sa tuwing sila ay magtatanim ng niyog. Ano daw ang dahilan? Bakit sila magdadala ng dalawang bata? Yun ba ang kanilang pagtatanim o hindi? Para daw magkaroon ng masaganang bunga ang kanilang mga tanim na niyog. Alam naman natin ang Ramos, may isang barangay dyan na dinarayo ng maraming tao dahil sa dami at sarap ng nyogan nila. Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, ito yung kapangalan ko pa nga, Sir Harold, Sir Jomar, yung San Raimundo. Maraming nyog dyan. Ang dami kong nakikita dyan ng mga post ng mga estudyante ko na dumadalaw dyan. Dahil sa saganang taniman ng nyog. Pangatlong paniniwala nila, yung pagtatanim daw ng maasim sa harap ng bahay ay masama. Dahil palagian daw magkakasakit ang mga kasapi ng pamilya. May narinig na rin akong gano'n na paniniwala na kapag meron daw tanim nga na mangga o anumang bungang kahoy sa harapan ng bahay, ito daw ay magdadala ng kamalasan dahil magkakasakit ang anumang miyembro ng pamilya. Yun ang mga paniniwala nila. Tulad isa pa, yung pusa, di ba? Ang pusa, yung ibang tao gustong-gusto nila ng pusa, yung iba naman ayaw. Pero sa mga taga-Ramos, ng mga sinaunang panahon, itinuturing nila itong pinakamabuting bantay ng mga masasama. Ito ay may kaugnayan parang sa Egypt, Sir Harold, sa Egyptian history. Ang pusa ay itinuturing nilang isang magandang bantay at isang tama bang sabihin na ang pusa sa kanila ay parang mahalagang hayop, kumbaga. Kaya makikita sa mga libingan sa Egypt noon, marami ring nakalibing na pusa. Ikalima, yung pagkakaroon ng maraming bituin. Ito daw ay nagbabadya na magkakaroon ng mabuti at magandang pagtatanim ng gulay. Naalala ko yung tatay ko nung taniman ng palay. Meron siyang mga tinitignan sa kalawakan sa pagtatanim. Pang-anim yung pagkakaroon ng ulan kapag mababa daw ang ulap. Sa bagay, kahit hindi ka naman scientist, pag nakita mo yung ulap, andyan ang ulan, mababa ang ulan, magkakaroon ng ulan. Kapag yung pagkakaroon ng unang anak na lalaki daw, para sa isang asawa, ay parang magdadala ng magandang kapalaran. Parang may kahawig ito sa paniniwala ng mga inchik. Tama ba ako, Sir Harold? Na mas gusto nila ang lalaki?
True. Tama, sir.
Mas gusto nila ang lalaki na panganay na anak kasi nga ito daw ay magdadala ng magandang kapalaran. At kung ang anak mo, Sir Harold, na una ay lalaki at siya ay magiging hilot, ay nako, magiging maswerte daw ang anak mo sa panliligaw. Ako naman, sa paniniwala. No? At saka yung last na paniniwala nila, yung pagkakaroon daw, ito, naniniwala din ako dito kung minsan. Yeah. Paniniwala rin namin ito sa Nueva Ecija. Kapag ang isang miyembro ng pamilya ay namatay sa umaga o sa dapit hapon, may ibig sabihin yan. Para sa mga naulilang pamilya daw, kapag ang miyembro ng pamilyang namatay ay namayapa ng umaga, abay mas maganda daw ang magiging buhay, mas magaan. Pero kung ang naulilang pamilya ay namatay ng dapit hapon, medyo may kabigatan ang magiging pamumuhay ng mga naiwan na pamilya. Yan lamang, Sir Harold, ang ilan sa mga pamahiin at paniniwala ng mga mamamayan ng Ramos na masasabing ilan sa mga ito ay ginagawa at pinaniniwalaan pa rin hanggang sa kasalukuyan.
Okay. So, Sir Dagdag, no, napakayaman nga tunay sa kaugalian, mga pamahiin at paniniwala ang ating mga kababayan sa Ramos, Tarlac, no? Base doon sa pag-explain mo, sir, naku, parang napaka-expert mo. Para ka nang maging pungsoy expert, Sir Dagdag. Okay, so
tama.
sa puntong ito, atin namang alamin ang mga natatanging tao na nagkaroon ng halagang bahagi sa kasaysayan ng Ramos. Natatawa talaga ako, no? Kasi ang galing mag-explain ni Sir Raymond talaga at ni Sir Jay. Napakagaling nilang mga panelists talaga sa ating segment na ito. So Sir Jay, sino-sino naman po yung mga natatanging tao na nagkaroon ng mahalagang bahagi sa kasaysayan ng bayan ng Ramos?
Yung pagkakatatag, Sir Harold, ng bayan ng Ramos noong 1921, yan ay 3 taon pagkatapos ng World War I, ay bunga ng pinagsama-samang pagsisikap ni na Carlos Fileo, ni Don Vicente Mauricio at ni Don Magdaleno Linsaw. Sila yung mga nanguna upang hilingin noon sa sangguniang panlalawigan ng Tarlac na maging isang bayan ang Ramos. Ito ay sinuportahan ni na Don Ramon Dumantay, ni na Cecinando Palarca na pawang mga kagawad ng bani sa tulong ni Lino Ignacio na isang kasapi ng sanggunian. Nagbunga naman yung mga kanilang pagsisikap na maging bayan ito at ipinangalan niya kay Don Alfonso Ramos ang bayan ng Bani na nabanggit niya ng aking kapwa-panelist kanina. Ang ilan sa mga natatanging anak ng bayan ng Ramos ay sina Esteban Mangabat. Sa mga hindi nakakakilala, siya ang pinuno ng Legion de Veterano de la Revolución Campamento numero 5 na General Francisco S. Macabulos na nabanggit mo kanina, Sir Harold. Siya ay isang guro ng primarya mula 1905 hanggang 1925. Siya ay naging pangulo ng Ramos Cooperative Credit Line. Siya rin ay naging kasapi ng kampo ni Manuel L. Quezon na laban sa Hair Horse Cutting Act. Sa mga hindi pamilyar sa Hair Horse Cutting Act, ito ay isang batas na nagsasaad ng final na paggawad ng kasarinlan ng Pilipinas. Siya rin ay naging presidente municipal mula 1931 hanggang 1937. Ang katumbas ngayon ng presidente municipal ay mayor. Ilan sa mga nagawa niya ay pinagbuti niya yung mga paaralang gabaldon, yung pagpapatayo ng mga poso, yung pagsasaayos ng kalsada, pagkukumpuni ng mga paaralang Toledo at pagpapagawa ng munisipyo ng Ramos. Kasama rin dyan si Rita Mamaradlo, ang kinikilalang kauna-unahang babaeng konsehal ng Ramos. Pagkatapos ng World War II, mula 1945 hanggang 1946. Kasama rin si Melicio Linsaw naman na naging presidente municipal mula 1928 hanggang 1931 and at the same time noong 1937 hanggang 1940. Siya ang itinalagang alkalde noong panahon ng Hapon dito sa Pilipinas. Siya rin ang itinalaga ng PICAO ng United States Liberation Forces na maging alkalde mula 1945 hanggang 1946. Yan, Sir Harold, ang ilan sa mga natatanging anak ng Ramos na nagkaroon ng bahagi ng kasaysayan sa bayan ng Ramos.
Ayan, maraming salamat Sir Jay. Sadyang ang kasaysayan ng isang bayan ay dahil sa pagsisikap ng mga natatanging tao na nakatulong upang maging maunlad at makilala ang isang bayan. So Sir Raymond, paano mo mailalarawan ang bayan ng Ramos sa kasalukuyan?
Sir Harold, ang bayan ng Ramos sa kasalukuyan ay isa pa ring pamayanang agrikultural. Pagsasaka pa rin ang pangunahing ikinabubuhay ng mga tao dito dahil nga sa ganda ng lupa at sa lawak nito na binubuo ng 24.4 square kilometers gaya ng nabanggit ni Sir Jay kanina. Ang pagtatanim pa rin ng palay, gulay, mga tubo, kamote at mais ang kanilang ikinabubuhay. Meron ding parte dyan sa Ramos noon na ilog na tinawag nilang susubain sa silangan, yung sapa ng inirangan, gaya ng nabanggit ko kanina sa medyo gitnang bahagi, at yung ilog ng Taloy sa kanluran. Kaya ang mga ibang tao dyan ay pangingisda ang ikinabubuhay. Marami na ring negosyo ang makikita sa bayan, katulad ng mga grocery store, bangko, meron ding mga maliliit na restaurant, may weldingan at gawaan ng mga amba ng pintuan o yung tinatawag na SAS factory. Meron ding makikita mga poultries dyan, handicraft at marami pang iba. Dahil nga ang Ramos ay isang pamayan ng maliit lamang na makikita sa dulong hilaga hilagang silangan ng Tarlac. Ito ay isang landlocked na bayan. Ibig sabihin, ito ay madaling marating. Marami kang pwedeng lusutan upang mapuntahan mo ang bayan ng Ramos. Pwede itong marating sa pamamagitan ng pagsakay sa tricycle, sa jeep, o iba pang uri ng sasakyan, kahit nga single na motor, pwede. Ito rin ay napaka-accessible na sa kasalukuyan dahil sa pagkakagawa ng T-Flex o yung tinatawag nilang Tarlac, Pangasinan, La Union Expressway. Naging kilala din ang bayan ito dahil sa taglay na ganda ng simbahang Katoliko ng St. Therese of the Child Jesus na minsang tinagurian nila itong the wedding church of the century dahil napakadaming ikinakasal at gustong maikasal sa simbahang ito na makikita nga sa Ramos Tarlac. Isa pa, sa kasalukuyan, ang Ramos ay kilala din ang isa sa mga baryo nito, gaya ng nabanggit ko kanina, yung baryo ng San Raimundo, dahil puntahan ito ng mga magbabarkada dahil sa kasaganaan nito sa buong pasyalan, dahil sa mga niyog, at ang pagkakaroon nila ng tinatawag nilang may tuturing na man-made or mini forest na napaka-instagrammable nga naman ang ganda nito at paboritong pasyalan ng mga nagbibisikleta, Sir Harold.
Okay, so maraming salamat Sir Raymond, no? Tunay ngang kahanga-hanga ang mga natatanging anak ng bayan ng Ramos dahil sa mga naging ambag ng mga ito sa bayan at sa ating kasaysayan. Nakakatuwang isipin na napakabunga at nag-uumapaw ang ating mga natutunan ngayon patungkol sa kasaysayan ng bayan ng Ramos. Maraming salamat po sa ating mga magagaling na panelists. Napakahusay na ating kasamahan sa Araling Palipunan, kay Sir Raymond Dagdag mula sa Buenlag National High School at sa ating Head Teacher 6 ng Tarlac National High School mula sa Araling Palipunan Department, Sir Jomar Bansifra. So bago tayo magtapos po, may mga gusto po ba kayong pasalamatan, Sir Raymond and Sir Jay? Unahin natin si Sir Jay.
Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng nakinig, sa mga AP specialists, sa mga AP leaders at mga head teachers. Maraming salamat po. Yung mga nakinig sa Tarlac National High School, maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Sir Jay. Sir Raymond, pasalamatan mo na lahat.
Unang-una po, nagpapasalamat po ako sa pagkakataon na binigay ng ating butihing EPS 1 Supervisor ng Araling Palipunan, si Dr. Lamberto Gamorot, at sa bumubuo po ng ating Schools Division Office, pangunguna po ni Dr. Pozon. Binabati ko na rin po at pinapasalamatan ang lahat ng mga kasama kong guro sa Buenlag National High School, mga estudyante po na nanood, aking mga estudyante sa grade 10. Maraming salamat po at sana'y palagi kayong sumubaybay sa ating kasalo sa radyo tuwing Biyernes.
Okay, so thank you so much Sir Raymond and Sir Jed. Gusto ko na rin magpasalamat, no, ang mga sumusuporta dito sa aming school, sa Mababanaban National High School, ang aking principal, ang mga head teachers at sa mga guro na rin. So muli po, ako ang inyong segment host, Mr. Harold Gigiam, ang AP leader ng Mababanaban National High School at president ng DASEL at Sangkasalo Enthusiast, na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng kasaysayang lokal ay daan sa pag-unawa ng nakaraan at pinagmulan. Ito rin ang daan upang ganap na maunawaan ang pambansang kasaysayan na siyang daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli, maraming salamat po.
Salamat.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.